The soldiers are ready to make a comeback on the battlegrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aiku Son.
These new faces are judged on day 2. Make some noise for Bot Army Esports!
Every map is the battleground for the hunt. These fangs are gonna bite and they're gonna bite. Fight hard. Please welcome Wild Fangs.
To infinity and beyond. They own the battleground. Make some noise for Wingard Esports!
They are not making any legacy because they are the legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, Hero Extreme Godlike.
The wolves seemed hungry and are ready to devour the competition. Make way for Reckoning!
The defending champions had to be different. They had to put on some power. As Somraj and the boys are ready, please welcome Team Versatile!
They like to shine bright, and like a phoenix, they will rise. Make way for Redex Ross!
The dreams have been slightly away from the trophy every single time. Will this be the event when they shine bright? The apes are ready. Please welcome Orangutan!
A fallen warrior with a new army is here to rise. Give it up for Just Jelly!
They held 2 official trophies of the last year, but they can continue it this year as well. Starting this one, please welcome Revenant X-Pac!
They are here to roar and hunt. They are Gujarat Tigers!
The trophy magnet vows to take this trophy home with him. Please welcome God's Reign!
A team with a deceiving aura is now showing their true colors. Make way for K9 Esports!
This Indian Tiger Prince is ready to roar with his boys. Please welcome Medal Esports.
After dominating on day one, the four pillars are ready to dominate again. Make way for the table toppers. It's Carnival Gaming!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are all the 16 teams fighting right out there on the day 2 as well. Day 1 was a good commencement. Now's the day of comeback and the day of chaos. And now it's time to take it away with the casters as the action just unfolds in front of us.
Thank you so much once again, Ocean. And yes, day number 2 is always touted as the day of comebacks. Of course, we are live from the Noida Indoor Stadium. You're watching ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. But before we begin the festivities, allow me to introduce my beautiful panels over here. We've got Shadow and Scared. So, of course, we're going to have a lot to talk about what's going to happen in day 2. But it won't be fair if we do not discuss about all the surprises we witnessed in day 1. So, starting off with you, Shadow. Were your requirements met? Did the teams deliver, or were there a few that disappointed?
Well, there were few disappointments. I expected big things from teams like IQ Soul and Hero Extreme. Godlike towards the end did redeem themselves, especially Jonathan. But IQ Soul, they continued with the same misery. But few surprises were also there, like Medal Esports, a team who finished on the 16th spot in the challenge season. Now they are in the 2nd spot in the leaderboard.
Yes, I mean, that was quite something out of ordinary, but we really hope they hold on. But, you know, she's been talking about those disappointments. You know, you let me on those good vibes. We have been talking about Carnival, K9, Medal Esports, GT. Tell me something about them.
The way how Carnival is performing right now, I'll have to say, you know, I agree with the disappointments out there, but the surprises are just even better. Carnival Gaming going on to the aggressive end. Again, God's Reign, they're having their own consistency. Middle having their own consistency. This is something that I wanted to see, right? Specifically, teams just going all gung-ho, all guns blazing. That's what I always love to witness, and exactly is what we are seeing right now.
A picture card of what happened yesterday, of course. Carnival Gaming leading the pack with 59 points, a cut above the rest, followed by Medal, K9 and GDR. And we have a lot to talk about them as well. But as we move on ahead, folks, I do not see a lot of discrepancy when it comes down to the team's play. 2nd, right on till Wildfang. So I think from 2nd to the 14th position, anything can happen.
Of course, the overall ranking is still very volatile. One good game and you can be the top 5, 130 bomber, and you will be surpassing so many teams and can propel yourself in the top 5.
Well, you certainly can, but now this is where the concern arises, right? I'm talking about the big guns, we're talking about the big dogs, Versatile, Reckoning, Hero Extreme, Godlike, we've got Wildfangs, IQ Soul nowhere to be found. And I'm starting to fathom what went wrong with them.
The rotations or be the fights which IQ Soul was engaging. Vikendi, yes, they had a drop clash which eventually turned out in their favor, but after that, the way IQ Soul was performing, it was quite disappointing. So day number 2, I'm expecting IQ Soul to go all YOLO.
I mean, they've got no other choice. It's either do or die, basically, if they want to achieve that trophy. Now, when we talk about IQ Soul, we also have to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. Just barring that last match where Jonathan went all guns blazing, I think even Hero Extreme Godlike, they had their own resistances, they had their own problems. So walk me down, what went wrong?
I'll have to say, you know, a lot of people out here are probably thinking that maybe bringing in Zap at such a crucial moment was not a good decision, but I would beg to differ on that one. I still feel that a lot of the plays that were made were not entirely Zap's fault, but rather all the other teams understanding how Godlike's aggression works, because that's what they kept on showing all the way in the challenge season. So yes, they've got to bring in some new cards onto the table, and I believe that's what they were trying. Yes, it did not work out on day one, but I think so they should give it a bit more try, bit more attempt, and then maybe see what they really need to change.
When we talk about teams, of course, we've got every team having their individual respective stars. Yes, Viper, Trey Scott, they were a cut above the rest, considering, you know, it's their first big audience land. Trey Scott, of course, has played an official before, but for Viper, this young lad has been phenomenal. But, you know, the spotlight has always been stolen, and rightfully done by Jonathan. That last game, I think I'm still having goosebumps. So, Shadow, tell me what was special about Jonathan yesterday.
I think he was not second guessing himself. I think the call was made, just go aggressive, go all YOLO, go all gun blazing, and that is exactly what Jonathan was doing, especially against Carnival Gaming. Yes, there was a big blunder from the side of Hector. That grenade where he knocked his own teammate out did help Jonathan in that situation. But after that also, in the map of Erangel, the way Jonathan went against the players of God's Train, and after that Aiku Soul also, I think Jonathan was up for the finishes.
But you know, Scared, we've been talking about Jonathan. It's always been about Jonathan. But this tournament, Viper and Trey Scott have been nothing but a breath of fresh air. And this roar justifies why the crowd is completely all ecstatic just looking at him. But getting back to the conversation, for Viper, how much it means for a player of his caliber and Trey Scott as well.
No other player is surprising me more than Viper and Trey Scott, both of them. Viper has been not that very flashy, but when it comes to LAN, I believe this guy is doing a phenomenal job for Carnival Gaming. Yes, I know Goblin has been the spearhead for their side, but again, the follow-up coming in from him is exactly what matters. Plus, on the other side, let's be honest, everyone knows that Trey Scott has been doing a big heavy lifting for Wildfangs, and he's continuing the job even now. That just shows the immaculate potential that the man has for the future.
They certainly do. I mean, yesterday also we saw Trey Scott. He's just been doing Trey Scott things. But Viper, this came out of the ordinary. But when we talk about the schedule once again, folks, it's going to be the same old, right? We're going to have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, followed up by Sandhawk, Vikendi, and Erangel. Now, let's get back to business, the first game of Erangel. And you know what? We've witnessed some bloodbath yesterday, those early phases. Tell me, Shadow, is that going to repeat today as well, or are we going to see everybody just minding their own business initially?
I think everyone is just going to go for and take that revenge. No one is going to mind their business, especially the bottom teams. It's a do-or-die situation for all of them, be it Wildfangs, Aiku Soul, Bot Army Esports, for everyone. Day number 2 is very important, and setting the momentum from the very first game is going to be so crucial.
It certainly will be, and since it's game 1, do let us know which team is going to be the victors in that one. You can head over to the Twitch chat and cast your votes and let us know what is going to be your pick. But yes, all the other teams, in fact, even for Sensei, he's got a lot on the line, he's got a lot to prove, and today it's just not about Trey Scott. I believe Seth, even Scout, they have to step up big time. Now, this is something, Shadow, that has been bothering you a lot for a long while. So tell me something about it. You know, Wildfangs, we had a lot of expectations. Yesterday, they weren't really met.
I think there are too many problems. Like in the interview also, we heard Trey Scott saying there are few communication issues that were happening in the challenge season also. I thought they will be rectified by the challenge finals, but that is not happening. Sensei and Scout, they really need to step up. Even Seth is also underperforming.
He certainly is, but there's a QR code in front of you guys, and all you're going to do is, if you've got any feedbacks, if you're loving the show, anything that we can work upon to make it better, make sure you scan it and give us your feedbacks. Now the match is about to begin. Now it's the first game of Erangel, and we know, as a matter of fact, there is a drop collision. I'm talking about Bot Army Esports and GDR. And both of them have a different storyline. GDR always get the circle, have been struggling massively. Bot Army Esports, they're struggling in totality. What are we expecting? Are we going to see clashes or sparks once again, Scared?
To be honest, that's also one of my questions, because I don't know if directly going in for that drop clash would be the way to go. Bot Army Esports the entire day yesterday have been trying to pick fights, and they have not been going in their favor on every other front, because it's not just one team but multiple other teams.
I think more than God's Train, I think Revenant X-Pac should be a concern for the players of Bot Army Esports.
All right, some big bold statements, Revenant X-Pac. But now we've got 20 seconds before the match begins. So starting off with your Shadow, a quick prediction. One name.
I think Ico Soul.
And for you?
Oh my god, orangutan.
All right, OG and Aiku Soul is what my panel thinks about, and I am out for whoever is going to win. I'm going to support them. You know, I've always been that way. I'm going to play a kind of a neutral person, being the desk host over here. But yes, once again, a quick announcement. The gates are still open. Make sure, if you want to be a part of this gala event, this extravaganza, tune in, join us on Noida Indoor Stadium. All you're going to do is come there, get your IDs, and we'll have you enjoying all that fun. But now we have to also talk about a few others. Now we've been talking about Versatile. How do you think they're going to perform today?
You know, I really had to take a deep breath before I'm going to say this, because apart from all the other teams who picked up a chicken dinner yesterday, 5 of them are in the top 5, and only Versatile is in that bottom half of the leaderboard. So I really think that they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to change a lot of things up back again, because everything that they tried yesterday has not been working out for them.
You know, even with Versatile, I have a few qualms with Orangutan as well, Shadow, because the first 3 games, they were lovely, quite consistent. But the latter 3 were quite the opposite. What do you think went wrong?
Maybe the off maps are a problem for the players of Orangutan, because Erangel Miramars are looking pretty decent for them. They were super consistent, getting 11 to 9 points in every single game. The Senok and Weekendy are a bit of concern for Orangutan. If they rectify that, I think they can easily break that #2 curse.
I hope. I mean, it's not about just #2 curse. And at this point, right, till Wildfangs, for anybody it's possible. Now, if you have to talk about Bgmi Esports and Aiku Soul, they have to go all out. They've got to go and put their hearts in, and so does this man. He has been relentless, but we're yet to see his redemption journey.
You know, we've been talking about the redemption journey of Wildfangs. There's a fun fact. It is one of the only teams who have got over 20 finishes, but they lack those placement points. So I think changing their strategy a bit is probably what they need to do.
I mean, it's all out or nothing, basically. If Wildfangs drop the ball, they're pretty much done for. But yes, these lads are feeling a lot of heat. And I guess if they do not get a chicken dinner or go big in game 1, it could really mark the end of journey. Because for Aiku Soul, it is #1 or nothing.
Exactly, they are fighting for the trophy. If the day #2 doesn't go in their favor, then Aiku Soul, I don't know how they're going to redeem themselves on day #3. So this day is a do or die situation for Aiku Soul. But Scared, you pointed about Wildfangs. I think out of 21, I think 14 finishes or something like that are just by Trace God.
What a mention out here, because that's exactly what I was about to mention too. Trace God is the man who's still doing the majority of the lifting, but even after that, you know, it's only around 64% of the total team finishes. There's also one other man who's got over 70% of finish contributions for his team, and he's the main reason who's been doing that job, and that's Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan surely has been doing a lot of those heavy lifting, and this is something that he's supposed to do. This is what is expected out of him, to be honest. But something that we really did not expect was Team Just Jelly. They came out of nowhere, are in a very good position, and they could also go on to win the entire thing. So, Shadow, what do you think, according to you, went right for Just Jelly yesterday?
They were just minding their own business. They were not trying to poke anyone in the lobby. They were not going for those experimental rotation. They were going for the good rotation, and they maintained average points in every single game. Be the first map where they got, I think, 4 points. After that, even in Miramar and Senok and Weekendy, they got those average points. But I think one more team was also doing really good fixes, and that was God Rain.
You know, for God's Rain, now this is where we've got a little bit of a breathing time, so we can talk about what was exactly wrong with God's Rain in Erangel. Because barring Erangel, the other maps were quite good for them. Now, Scared, we saw God's Rain on various numerous occasions. They had the center of the circle, and yet they were unable to convert.
It comes down to, again, those drop locations, right? Because probably in the very first one, or maybe in the second Erangel game, the third game in the totality of it, I think so that was basically the plain paths, just doing them dirty. But after that as well, it just came down to those nasty later stages shifts as well, which kept on moving away from their side. So as long as it's around them, they feel very comfortable, happy. Now this clearly indicates that barging onto the doors of some other teams and breaking their defense is kind of the problem for the side of God's Reign. They really need to focus on barging in, breaking that door, and then moving in, taking control of that area.
But what I feel, Shadow, was a different story yesterday. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We felt like God's Reign was severely lacking in terms of those 4v4 fights.
Yeah.
The individuals weren't stepping up. Do you have any other thought, or do you exceed?
Especially Ninja Jot. If you look at the stats also, I think Ninja Jot is not performing up to the mark, and that was a problem in the challenge season itself. Justin and the other boys are doing really great, so the entire team needs to step up. And like you said, those 4v4 fights are a big problem because Ninja Jot is not able to get that opening or create that opening frag which the team needs in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what I really feel scared in Shadow is that for God's Reign, they really need to fix all their issues in the game of Erangel. Because, let's be honest, they aren't doing that shallow or something. They're still in a good position. A sweet spot is what I must say. But even, for Wild Fangs, your concerns were so brutal that we had to bring their team card up. Now, run me down to all those numbers. Crunch them for me, Shadow.
Praise God, like I said, 14 finishes after 21. Seth, this was happening in the challenge season. Week number 1, week number 2, Seth was underperforming. Suddenly, week number 3, he started performing. But now we have only 3 days, out of which 1 day is already over. This is the time where Seth needs to step up. And not only Seth, I think Sensei and Scout, even they have got a lot to prove because both of them were struggling previously in the past.
And this is not something new, Scared, because we've seen the same old story continuing again. But that time they had the luxury of so many of the other games to play. And this time you've just got 18 matches and Seth has been completely caught napping.
Yeah, I have to say that Saif was performing so very good previously, back when we saw him in one of the previous few tournaments. But right now, it just seems to be a scenario where I think so he needs to step up, but at the same time, one of the shot callers also need to do the same thing, right? Because this is a team that is kind of running in with that double IGL type of setup where Scout and Sensei, both of them, they may be given their own indications as to what they want to do. But Sensei is probably the man who does the main shot calling. But one of them also need to step up as the big fragger for the team, apart from Trey's got to lift off that burden. And I think so, Seth, he's probably feeling the land jitters.
Honestly, it's already set in stone. We've got a big rivalry continuing from ages. It is Scout versus Jonathan. Now, I might ruffle a few feathers over here. Yesterday, we saw Johnny. He was playing out of the world. Scout, he's been found nowhere. Do you think there is going to be that added extra performance pressure on him tonight?
Of course, it is going to be there. He has to prove himself to his fans, to his supporters, and to everyone. Because after a long time, Scout has made it to a LAN, and still he's underperforming. I was just looking at the average survival time, where Trey Scott is having average survival of more than 4 minutes. Sensei is having an average survival time of 12 seconds. Even Scout is not able to survive for a very long time. This also brings up the conversation that Anush to OP, he was performing really good in the challenge season.
Oh, he certainly was, and he got a few chances and he delivered. But this team, K9, they have also been on the prowl. We saw them get that first chicken dinner, but the other games didn't really go their way. So, honestly, Scared, tell me, what do they need to do in order to have a better day too?
It kind of comes down to where they want to place themselves, specifically in terms of those circle rotations, right? And even after that, they really need to focus down on how they're going to catch into those finishes, because this team has been doing a phenomenal job at that. But ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys have been waiting for this screen to pop up, but the plane is now going to hit the skies of Erangel, and we will be jumping into the Game 1 of SPS Challenge Finals. Let's make some noise out there, Noida! This is exactly what we've been waiting for, Shadow. It was a long journey. And oh my god.
Oh no.
Nah, I am, God's Reign, Bgmi. Welcome to Zarki.
This is also the time Scared for God's Reign to prove themselves. The mistakes which they did yesterday, yes, I know it's a similar flight path. Yesterday also we had a northern flight path where God's Reign dropped in towards the side of Georgiopol. But can they make it to the military base? Can they drop in somewhere in the middle towards the bridge of Georgiopol and take those vehicles, and after that go head over towards towards the side of military base. I don't know what sort of decision Destro is going to make, but this wrangle is going to be super important for God's Reign and Bot Army Esports.
I love the fact how you brought up the point of God's Reign picking up the vehicles and going down south. I really want to combine it with the fact that Aiku Soul are now going to go all guns blazing because they've got nothing to lose at this point. They need to make a comeback. I remember in one of the previous tournaments when God's Reign did the similar rotation, Aiku Soul were there on the bridge to welcome them and they just wiped them out. And it was the exact same lineup for both of these teams, barring one player in each. So I think so that could very well be the scenario even now. Or again, maybe I'm just overthinking out there on my part. But one thing is for sure, I really want to focus where Bot Army Esports are right now. God's Reign close to Carnival Gaming, but Carnival will move down south to Gatka. Versatile again, no competition for them in Pochinki, but OG right now with a few players around them. If I'm not wrong, that's the side of Just Jelly, so we might possibly see some drop clashes.
I don't think so, because Judge Jelly always loves going towards the side of Nova Ripnoi, and I think they're just going to grab a boat or a few vehicles and directly head over to the side of Nova Ripnoi. But look at the circle. The flight path was not favoring God's Reign and Bot Army Esports, but we have a southern circle, we have a military base circle. So God's Reign, I think all they are going to do is just get those vehicles and directly go to the city of military base.
Make your way already, people. Be as fast as possible onto those southern island, because that's exactly where this might end. I really wish that we're going to see some Brit circles, you know. I want to see that aggression. I want to see the chaos out there in the lobby. I'm a pretty chaotic guy, but I know even the audience loved the exact same thing. That's what they loved about Jonathan's clutch as well yesterday.
Jonathan's clutch was pretty decent. And I know one more person who likes Southern Circle. It is Neeraj. But I hate those Southern Circles because we have seen so many in the challenge season. I want those crazy circles towards the side of Stelbert, towards the side of shooting range, or maybe that little island between Rozak and shooting range, somewhere that, or maybe Quarry. But for now, we have a military base circle. And if some water is also involved towards the final circle, that is going to make things pretty interesting. But look at the rotation which Wildfangs is bringing at this point. The players are towards the side of Milta, but Trace God is the one who has already crossed over the bridge. Early rotations are coming in. Trace God can be that anchor to bring his entire team.
Yeah, I really like it, you know. I wanted to point out a few things as well about Trace God. Specifically in a situation for the entire team of Wildfangs, we have seen in many situations that sometimes you try and place up one of your players to get those frags, right? You set him up for success. But for Wildfangs, Trace God, he finds success himself. But I want to focus down right now into the positions of these teams. Trace God is out there alone, and his team is so far back, and between them is Reckoning Esports as well. They could possibly be going on a chase, or at least Trace, he's got all the information that he needs. Every other team is making their way. Carnival Gaming, God's Reign, Aiku Soul as well following them up, because they know how important it is to run out of this harm's way. I want to focus on the Ferry Pier bridge right now, because that's where Carnival Gaming are set up. God's Reign, Aiku Soul, both of them crossing from the exact same path.
Oh, so they certainly are. Even God's Reign, Aiku Soul, Carnival. Then we also have the plus of Medal, who have opted for the waterways and are trying to hold on to the shorelines of military base. So many early rotations are coming in, but there are a few teams who are taking their sweet time to move inside the circle. Like we have the plus of K9. They're all the way to the side of shooting range and Zarki. Then we also have Bot Army, Revenant X Park. Yesterday was not a really good day for the plus of Revenant X Park, also scared, because the initial few games, they were really struggling, and surrounding awareness was really lacking from the side of Revenant, barring Shadow, because Shadow did pull off a really good clutch.
Yeah, but if I'm not wrong, that was only in one game, right? We didn't really see anything apart from that in those situations. So maybe they need to buckle up their socks as well, get their weaponries on board, figure out their strategies, and then move in for this one. Because, yeah, everyone anticipates them to be one of the best teams in this lobby. But at the same time, this is one of the toughest competing 16 in probably maybe all of the Bgmi esports that we have seen till now. And look at the cluster that's been forming in onto the Ferry Pier Bridge. There's just so many teams out there. Goblin, he's going to take some few shots out there up front, but he's so far up. Will drop all the way back down. Super low in that HP, and Hector is the first man to get knocked out. Manya answers him back, and it's not just him. Neo as well falls in. This IGL stepped up all the way in week 2 and is doing the same thing. in this day of the challenge finals. Knuckle out there on his knees. High problematic situation. Viper with a vehicle explosion falls down. Ronnie with the nade. Out here in the open, trying to save the life of Knuckle. At least they know where Goblin is, and he knows that there's no problem, but the problems are just increasing. Knuckle has been kept into the vehicle as well as Aquanox tries to fire in. The six-finger prodigy out there powers onto the chase, and that too a very high tail one. Switches the seat, hits the shot, and gets the finish on Knuckle. Goes back into the driving seat, all the way out of here. Does not want to follow up on it because Raiden is there to do the job, complete the entire process that his team started. What a chaos coming in, Shadow. But I know that we've got to be the bearer of some of the bad news out here. I know you want to say that. Well,
Then again, a quick announcement, folks. There will be a rehost, which could be a blessing in disguise for the one supporting Aiku Soul and Carnival Gaming. I'm pretty sure Versatile fans will feel otherwise. But, I mean, this was such a great start. A beautiful circle, a beautiful flight path trajectory. We did get to see some early action. And this is exactly what people wanted, didn't they, Shadow?
They wanted that, but they didn't want Aiku Soul to be on the receiving end. That was such a big blunder. If that match could have happened, Aiku Soul getting an early exit, Versatile going on a rampage, and this is what we anticipated, that Aiku Soul and VXT, they'll go all YOLO, they'll go all guns blazing, and look at the smile on Hector's face. He's so happy.
A huge sigh of relief, not just for Hector, even for Manya and the boys. Because for Carnival Gaming, they have that little bit of a cushion. But for Manya, I think it's dreams and the trophy on the line. Ain't it scared?
absolutely. Quite a lot on the line out there, though, and that's the reason why the serious signs of concern are there. They are having that conversation, right? Because Fixes, this team does not lack firepower. This is one of the most heavy firepower-based team. And we've been talking about Aiku Soul themselves as well, the ones in front of us. They're doing the exact same thing. Power, Raiden, Somraj, or Hakwan Nox. You cannot put any one of those players out and expect them to not perform. Finally, this team is also making their comeback, and I really feel bad for them, to be honest. I love the action.
You know, we would have loved that carnage to ensue because we did witness, you know, Carnival Gaming making a quick rotation. You had Aiku Soul following suit. GDR was also on the tails. And then we had Versatile also chiming in. A perfect start to the day of comebacks. But yes, there will be a rehost, which means we're going to have a different flight path. We're going to have a completely different circle because so far, if my memory serves me right, we haven't seen any certain circles in the grand finals, have we?
Yeah.
Nope.
No, we haven't. In the grand finals on day one, we didn't see any southern circle, but in challenge season, we had a similar circle where, if you remember Fixes, I think you remember the cluster also which formed around Shelter. I think Scared remember that pretty clearly what happened.
कौन हो? कहाँ से आए हो आप? कौन है ये टीम? कैसी इस टीम में इतना दम्मा उठा रखा है?
मैं एमपी का रहने वाला हूँ जबलपुर का एंड मेरा रोल एंट्री फ्रैगर है बॉट आर्मी में मैं खेलता हूँ आप सबने देखा ही होगा तो इस प्रकार कुछ ये कहानी बनी है बॉट आर्मी की पहले के दो प्लेयर थे डिवोटी एंड हेनरी देन मैंने ज्वाइन करा तो हम 3 बंदे हो गए थे उसके बाद लाइक मैं था वो था उसके बाद हमें आईजल की ज़रूरत थी तो हमें आईजल ने ज्वाइन करा मॉन्टी ने एंड उसके बाद हमें था कि भाई हमारा आपस में नहीं जम रहा था उसके बाद हमारा आया एसपीएस तो हमने एसपीएस पे था कि भाई मेहनत करेंगे तो लैन पहुंचेंगे वरना नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे देन हमने मेहनत करा एंड बस लैन पे आ गए बहुत जितनी भी मेहनत था करके तो हम लोग के पास ऐसा कुछ कोच लाइक एनालिस्ट वगैरह नहीं है हम जो वर्क करते हैं वो खुद पे करते हैं एंड ऐसा है कि एक दूसरे की गलतियों को सामने रख के कि भाई ये गलती थी करो नहीं होगा तो फिर बहुत आगे वर्स हो सकता है सिचुएशन तो ऐसा था कि एसपीएस का हमने देखा कि मैप्स रीड करा हमने लाइक जो मैप फीड आती है हम उसको पढ़ते थे कि भाई कौन सी टीम कैसा खेल रही है एंड बस था कि हमें भाई इस गेम को समझना है कि टीम्स क्या कर रही है तो हमने कुछ डिफरेंट निकाला अपने लिए कि भाई सब अर्ली मर रहे हैं तो हम पीछे थोड़ा सा लूट करके खेल लेते हैं तो हमारे हर मैप का एक अलग गेम स्टाइल बनता गया कि भाई इस मैप में ऐसा खेलना है बस चिकन आते गए तो हमारा एरेंगल का ड्रॉप मिलिट्री है एंड गॉड्स रेन का भी मिलिट्री है। तो हम लोग को ऐसा था कि भाई हमारा ही ड्रॉप हम खेलते आ रहे थे टाइम से एंड छोड़ने का कुछ था नहीं। तो ऐसा था कि उनका भी था हमारा भी था, क्लैश हो रहा था। तो हमें आगे जाना था लैन के लिए, तो हमने सोचा कि कुछ चेंजेस कर लेते हैं और ड्रॉप फाइट अवॉइड करते हैं, ऐसा कि थोड़ा सा वेट करते हैं अभी सिचुएशन के हिसाब से। और बस फिर चेंज करा कुछ। तो अब ऐसा है कि चाइना और वीकेंडी का ड्रॉप तो हम नहीं छोड़ रहे। अब अगर छोड़ना है तो वो छोड़ेगी, हम तो नहीं हट रहे। अब जो होगा उन्हें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन ड्रॉप छोड़ने की हालत में आएगा। चैलेंज फाइनल में हमसे ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस एंड टाइम वाली टीम्स है, बट हम जो ये 3 दिन है 18 मैच है, हम चाहते हैं कि भाई हम ही हों इस जगह पे और ट्रॉफी लेके जाए। और हमारा पहला ही लैन है तो हम पूरा एफर्ट देंगे एंड इतना जितना हो सके उससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा देंगे कि भाई ट्रॉफी हमारे घर ही आए। तो इस कम्युनिटी में वैसे नए चेहरों को इतना कोई देखना पसंद नहीं करता है, बट हमारा वादा है 2025 सिर्फ बॉट आर्मी और मेरे प्लेयर्स का नाम रहेगा एंड मेरा, कि भाई बॉट आर्मी आ गई है भागो इधर से, ऐसा रहेगा।
All right, Bgmi Esports did have quite some insights about how they have been functioning, the changes and all of that. But yes, there has been a rehost. We'll be back into action once again. That's going to be again on those stable grounds. So gives us enough time to talk about a few others. I think we have to talk about K9, for instance, because for K9, yesterday we witnessed they did come out with a shebang. That first game, I think a flawless chicken dinner. So do you think they can replicate that even today, or have they lost their momentum from yesterday's final match of Shadow?
I don't think they have lost any momentum, especially Slug and Beast. These guys were really performing good in challenge season, and the performance is still continuing in the challenge finals as well. Day number 1, the way Slug was initiating those creating those opening frags for the team, going a little aggressive along with Beast. Even Omega, who was underperforming, has also stepped up now.
I mean, for Omega, now that's a very interesting point that you brought up, because now Scared, we know for a fact, Omega is not a newbie. He's been a tested veteran. He's got ice in his veins. And do you think this is where he can redeem himself with this lineup?
To be very honest, I think so, yes. With how they performed in game number 1 yesterday and how consistently they kept up in the entirety of day 1, there could be possibilities, because we all remember Omega lifting up that main trophy, but after that he's been gone quiet for a long time now, and all of his fans, they want the exact same thing, for him to lift up that trophy, plus with the firepower that he has in his team. Ninja Boy was not awoken yesterday. If he wakes up today and for the last day, I think so this lineup can do wonders.
All right, that's an interesting conversation that you brought up, Ninja Boy. And in fact, if we can recollect how K9 had performed, Ninja Boy played quite a pivotal role in K9's success, especially in the latter half of the challenge season, wasn't it, Shadow?
Yeah, it was. But Slug and Beast has always been performing really good. It was just yesterday. It was only day number 1, so we can cut him some slack. Maybe Ninja Boy will step up on day number 2. That could be a possibility. But when Slug is doing the majority of the heavy lifting, there is nothing left for the others to collect, no?
Yeah, that's also true. But, when you're looking at these lads in front of you, Scared, now CG, I feel like when you start off, of course, it was a rehost, but that could rattle them up. Especially, it's the first day, and they've got such a bounty up their head. There'll be so many teams. Now, what would be their approach next?
To be very honest, again, this was an obnoxious circle all the way down south. So I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. We're going to see the same thing. It's again CG dropping all the way down to Gatka. But one of the fun fact about this team that I wanted to point out is the fact that look at the amount of finishes that have been divided between the first 3 fraggers out there. 15, 11 and 9. Goblin, always the spearhead. Neo stays in a bit more back for the support. Viper out there who needs to trade Goblin every single time. He's been doing a phenomenal job of that. And it's not just him, even Hector. At least he's got that 1 finish per game kind of sequence. So you know he will pick one of the players off before going down.
All right, we have the man himself in front of us. But we have to talk about Carnival Gaming a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because, the pundits did argue that Carnival Gaming, of course, are still on the top, have 59 points, but they could have still gotten more. And one of the reasons why they lost out on a couple of points was they were friendly firing each other. There were, I think, numerous instances of that happening yesterday, Shadow.
Especially from Hector in that situation where all the
Twice.
3 players were going up against Jonathan. Hector did help Jonathan in pulling off that clutch. I think Jonathan should say thank you to Hector.
He always gets one.
He certainly does. Now,
Not on his teammate though.
and yesterday, no matter how well Carnival Gaming performed, no matter how good Medal and even K9 or GDR was, I think the show was stolen by one man and one man himself. I think the man, the myth, the legend, no matter how many adjectives you can come up, has to be Jonathan. Now, Jonathan really showed Demon Incarnate performance in that final game, but those few jitters in the earlier games were definitely there.
It's not just a loan from him, right? It's also the man who's on screen right now, Admino. We've been talking about Jonathan. He's got the clutches as well. There were a few jitters, but he's been in these positions so many times that we probably can't even count it right now. So again, the situation that has been brought up is that is rest of the team needs to step up. Admino showcased a phenomenal firepower in the challenge season, but right now I think so it's him as well, just being 3 notches down than what he usually was. I still remember, Fixes, there was a point when he 1v3'd Versatile all the way when shots were fired on his back too. So if that Admino wakes up, I think so that's when Godlike will see themselves back in the top 5.
Clearly the winning conditions, right? Especially when you have to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. As a matter of fact, they needed a hero. This is the man himself. Now, we're talking about a few facts and figures. We're talking about him securing 14 finishes out of all the 6 matches he played. And yesterday in the final game, he got those 8 solo there. So, but barring that, then there were many instances, Shadow, where we witnessed Hero Extreme Godlike. The entire team gets picked off, and it was just Johnny picking up on scraps. Now, what do you have to talk about that? Do you feel like Johnny was justifying his role, or do you think that the other players also need to step up big time? Because, yes, of course, he's getting those clutches, but it's a game of Bgmi. It should never come down to that.
I do agree, and I partially agree with what Scared also said, that yes, Jonathan was performing really good, and Edwino and Zab also needs to step up. Along with that, if you remember in challenge season, Punk was in the MVP list, and that is also not happening. It's a team game. The entire team needs to perform, because if you remember yesterday, Erangles were not a problem for Godstrain only. It was a problem for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, because in the first 2 Erangel, what they got was only 0 points.
And not just that, I think they did experiment with the drops also. There were instances where we saw them heading towards Lipovka, and then there was that final game where they even head out towards Primorsk. Now, the same old debate really comes back into play, don't you think, Scared? Because now people have been asking, when do we see that little bit of solidity coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike? Because that does mess your rotation timings, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. But at the same time, I'm looking at the other side of the coin as well. And that is in fact that, yeah, sometimes it does mess up your rotation. But at the same time, you keep on surprising your opponents as to where you're going to drop.
Yeah, it's quite unfair if we talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. We also have to talk about their neighbors, Aiku Soul. They've got a very big rivalry up with them. And before that final game of the evening where Hero Extreme Godlike went all out, they were going head-to-head along with Aiku Soul. And,
Oh my
well,
God.
I mean, these are the numbers, Shadow, we're really not acquainted to. Oh, my God.
My God.
Equally distributed, but the entire team is struggling. Only 12 finishes and 2 placement points accumulated by the players of Team Aiku Soul in the entire day number 1. Nakul is getting 4 finishes, and Some, I don't know what has suddenly happened. Is it the LAM pressure? Is it the audience pressure? Because Some was the clutch master in the challenge season. He was getting those 1v3, 1v4s converted, but seems like Some now, he's the first one to be picked off in every single fight.
It does come down to those individuals not stepping up, but we also do need to realize that for Some, it's one of those biggest first audience LAN, and when you are playing under the banner of Aiku Soul, there will be those jitters. But do you really feel scared? It was all about Some being silent, or was it Manya being quite disconnect with his team? But before that, all your questions shall be answered as the mystery unravels itself. It is game number 1 once again as we charter into the greener pastures of Erangel. So, my dear lovely casters, take it away.
Well, 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 my man Fixes. I did the job previously, you're doing it right now. But yes, the result is going to be the same, and that's us watching another heavy tilted plane fly path. If you want to drop anywhere over towards Zarki, Georgopol shooting range, Well, good luck, because that's on the extreme other end of this entire plane. But one good thing is, Shadow, we were talking about the fact how Botami and God's Reign are going to have a problem. I guess not. Maybe, yes, with each other right now, since they'll both be dropping into the military base. But for the teams who would want to go all the way over towards the Gatka side, or maybe over towards the Georgia Pool, they're going to have to take a long path.
I think all these teams are pretty accustomed to every single flight path. I don't see them facing any sort of problem, especially in Gatka. Carnival Gaming likes to go in, but I'm just waiting for those surprises. It's only God's Reign, Just Jelly going all the way towards the side of No Ripnoy, then VXT heading over to the side of Pochinki. I'm waiting for more surprises. I really want to see where Bot RB Esports is headed at this point, maybe towards North Georgiapal.
Yeah, I wanted to see the exact same thing, right? Because God's Reign, we're always accustomed to seeing them with Bot Army Esports. And even in the interview, we heard him saying that, yeah, we'll probably not switch our own drop locations. Maybe they can do that. Or maybe they can go ahead to some other places also out there in the open. But really want to focus down on all the other teams. I mentioned that Gatka might be unreachable right now. And that's why we're seeing the members of Carnival Gaming a bit down south over towards the farm. Milta Power, OG, they're happy. Wild Fangs and Milta itself. Medal in those compounds between farm and Milta. Oh, wow. Wow. Extreme circles is what we are seeing. And some extreme results out there for Gujarat Tigers as they lose a couple of members already. And that too with a VSS. I will give 4 points to Dionysus for pulling that off.
Well, it's an RNG factor when two teams are dropping into the same compound in an open field. A lot of luck factor also do come into the picture. Whoever gets the first weaponry do get the advantage, and that is exactly what happened with Dionysus as well. So early casualty for the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Whoa.
Even Aiko Soul, they need to head over to the school apartments because it's not only Gujarat Tigers but Reckoning is also in the close proximity, and Aiko Soul, I'm sure they don't want a replica or a deja vu of what really happened in the previous one.
Oh my god, for now that exact thing is going in for the side of Gujarat Tigers. The entire team has been wiped out. So very early points for the side of Reckoning, and I think so that's a beautiful start for them because they were down all the way towards the 11th position, and these 4 early points are definitely going to give them a decent amount of confidence boost because after picking up that fight, they decided just to move away, going all the way towards the shelter. And look at Aiku's Soul, how quick they are on their feet. Quickly went in, got some basic loot, snapped onto that vehicle because they knew they could hear the shots around them. They could see where the action was happening. Quickly wanted to go in for a third party, but Reckoning, the wolves, their sense of smell, it's actually very solid. Sensing the danger, hopping in their way, running away. Fixers asked us a question, where would Godlike drop? It is towards the Repovka right now.
Well, in Erangel, they love to go towards the side of Flipovka. It's Miramar where they don't have a specific drop location. And that is where Hero Extreme Godlike was also struggling yesterday. Yes, in Erangel also they had to take an early exit. But this time, I'm sure Hero Extreme Godlike is prepared for any sort of a situation. But whenever we see a Northern Circle, we always expect a good performance from the side of K9 Esports. And wait a second, this is what exactly happened to the players of Gujarat Tigers. They had no loot, they had no resources, and Dionysus, well, he had few weapons, and that PP Bison is going to haunt the players of Gujarat Tigers for a very long time. But coming back to the conversation, like I said, whenever we see a Northern Circle, we expect K9 to perform really good. But yesterday, if you remember, Godstone was also the first one to move inside the circle and have a good spot for themselves.
They indeed were. I still remember that one. Being the first one, moving in a circle, and then having their own fun time. Teams that really do like to play in the center of the circle right now. But here's the thing. In this one specific circle, all the way where shooting range is at the dead center, I don't feel that you would want to play anywhere around that part, right? Maybe towards the compounds that are around them. But if you move in so far early, I don't think so you'll have enough loot specifically for that mid to late game. Because you can't really loot a lot of compounds out there. You can only hope that maybe one or the other team, they're probably going in for a close rotation, and then you fire in a few shots. Maybe if they're unlucky, they slam in onto you and you win the fight, and then you can get a few loot. But it always comes down to those third parties as well. So you always have to be prepared for at least a third, maybe a fourth party too, whenever these kinds of circles form and you are anywhere near the off center of the map. But a team that is absolutely nowhere near is going to be Just Jelly. All the way up in Norapnoy. having their own fun time, easing up on the things, Shadow.
And what just Jelly and the boys do in these sort of circles is they take their sweet time to move inside the circle. They take the brunt of the blue and they make their rotations pretty late inside the circle, and that tends to work in their favor. I think Jelly will be doing the same thing one more time, but Metal Esports seems like they'll be going for the center control quite early. Even Reckoning is also known for those early rotations. But we also have Wild Fangs towards the side of Milta. Then we have the plus of OG towards Milta Power. And speaking about the team on our screens, Metal Esports, I think, yesterday, I think Legit was a guy who was getting the majority of the frags. The entire team was looking so promising because if you remember, they were struggling really hard in challenge season. But yesterday seems like we were witnessing an entirely different Metal. 22 placement points, 22 finishes. Metal is looking promising on day number 2 as well.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be. And this was the medal that we saw in one of those official events as well, where they performed phenomenal. No one expected them to be here, but now since they are here already, they're doing a great job at that. And similarly, how things ended all the way back in the challenge season, no one expected.
Spark in a one-on-one close frontal battle, and Edmino goes down, and Hero Extreme Godlike bites the dust. This is not good. Only 2 finishes secured.
Yeah, and even for Revenant X-Pac, I think so things are just taking a turn for the worse. It's only Spray God remaining, and he's got 1 finish in his bag. And that too was picked up just now, but God's Reign, they're doing pretty decent. Now want to collapse onto the members of Carnival Gaming, but again, it's all the way open ground. Destro has been taken down. It's a third party coming in from Windgod, who've had their eyes onto this team for such a long time, so close. And Destro now will be brought back up on his feet by Justin, because there are just so many teams out there left. But the dead center of the circle is secured by Just Jelly. They've got Red Ross around the area. Windgod is taking care of everything on the other end. And guess what? Destro, there's no way this man is going to survive whatsoever. Who steals the finish is the question. It's going to be Hector, who delivers the final blow out in the open though, just near that one rock. He's basically in the crosshair of so many teams, but the question is, Windgod, are they going to focus on him? Because their attention seems to be dragged away from them, as it's Red Ross right now who suffered a casualty.
Windgod, they were prioritizing the circle, and finally the circle has taken a sudden shift. Windgod versus Red Ross. Red Ross in a pity dip, where Otto has been knocked out. The constant bombardment of those grenades is not looking good for the players of Red Ross. Even Beast is down to a very low HP. It's only Phoenix. Even we have the players of Team Just Jelly having a good compound control, and the control of the center of the circle was with them, but not anymore. They also need to migrate, but Beast finds a perfect knock with a grenade onto Infinity of Windgod.
That's a big knock coming in. Infinity now down on the knees. Windgod, though they're in a position where they can potentially give the revive, but Red Ross is the team that have now got all 3 players up, and guess their assault knows no stoppage. This fight onto the Western Fray will determine who's going to control these entire hills and the ridges, because everything that's happening up north is even more difficult. But Phoenix is there, rising up from the ashes, and wants to take not 1 but 2 people down with him, as Beast out there constantly provides the information, sees the last player, changes the seed, and with the support of Phoenix, finishes off the entirety of Windgod. These are the grounds where there's no wind, there's only vacuum, no particles to flow, and Windgod will have to come down to that. Red Ross, man, this team is stepping up big time, Shadow, but the job is not finished.
Yes, they have to move inside the circle, but look at the position where Lucifer is, all the way towards the southern periphery of the circle. He can be that anchor to bring his entire team, where rest of the teams are fighting on the northern end. We have Just Jelly, we have Carnival Gaming, even VXT. They're also trying to move inside the circle, and Ninze, a complete spray down towards the players of Team Carnival Gaming. Goblin left way all himself. The ball of death blue is also closing in, and VXT, they are highlighting their mentality of OG at this point.
They have been taken down. Wizgod is no more God. He's the mortal, and his power steps up when he needed to, on the day when his team needed him to be. This is one of the closest games that we've seen. 33.3% chance for all the teams. And guess it's Red Ross as well. The trifecta out there for all of them. The players not standing but on the knees now. And it's Red Ross, Just Jelly, all of them suffering one after the other. Only Jelly remaining. The IGL needs to step up, but Versatile is the team who've got their 4 back on the feet, and it seems they want to start day 2 with a bang.
Oh, they certainly want to, but Ninze is still there, but not anymore, as VXT marks an end for the players of Team Just Jelly. Red Ross versus VXT. The circle is in no man's land. The numbers advantage is with the players of VXT. Even Red Ross, they are also going for those crucial revivals, those crucial rescue mission, but 1 grenade can mark an end. That is exactly is going to happen, as Equinox finds 1 knock and confirmation onto the players of Red Ross, but also Raiden is right in the dead smack center of the circle.
Oh, shots being fired. Phoenix needs to connect those ones, but guess what? He'll not be able to. Beast was brought back up though, so super low in that HP. Now will be healing himself back up. He needs to do that as quickly as possible. He's just hiding behind in those crates. Somraj, has he seen him is the question. Nothing to heal him. It's the burning ground that finally burned the grass out of Red Ross. This is a big win for Versatile. The big name steps up on the day of comeback.
When we are talking about the days of comeback, of course, Versatile, they had to go big, they had to go heavy, and boy, oh boy, did they deliver. especially given how dramatic things were, how poetic things were. We had those rehauls, they had such a great start, but then eventually it was still an end with a smile on their faces. Versatile, getting that chicken dinner, it changes everything in terms of what is going to happen on the overall standings. Now Shadow, of course Versatile was amazing, they waited it out, but Red Ross, they were the ones who completely out of nowhere came down and surprised us all.
The rotations, superb rotations were pulled off by the players of Team Red Ross. They kept themselves away from the commotion for a very long time. When everyone was coming from the northern and the eastern side, they kept themselves toward the western side. Even in the end, if you notice, one of the players of Team Red Ross went all the way towards south, and the remaining 3 players were taking a fight with the players of Vingod.
Definitely, but for Versatile, Scared, they had such a good control over the entire zone. And how did you analyze as to how they managed to secure that for themselves? Because it was flooded with teams left, right and center.
Yeah, there were basically 2 different fronts, one happening on the northwest, the other one happening all the way towards the east. So that's the place where we had to focus on. The one who came out with the least amount of casualties is with who had to win. But you know what? Let's look at the stage for the interview.
के साथ ही यहाँ पे चिकन निकाले हैं। सोमराज, हमारे तरफ थोड़ी सा आप आ जाइए। जानना चाहूँगा यार, ये मैच के दौरान जो सर्कल था, जो कंप्लीट सुवर्णी की तरफ चला गया था, और उसके बाद वो हार्ड शिफ्ट सदर्न साइड, क्या माइंडसेट था उस टाइम? क्या चिकन डिनर वहाँ से इमेजिन कर पा रहे थे?
माइंडसेट नॉर्मली तो हम लोग अपना बेसिक गेम खेले और कुछ ज़्यादा खास तो नहीं, और बाकी इसके पहला मैच में थोड़ा टेक्निकल इशू हो गया था, उसमें भी हमारा स्टार्ट अच्छा हुआ था और लकीली वहाँ से थोड़ा एक मोमेंटम बना था।
कमाल का मोमेंटम हमें देखने को मिला, लेकिन इस पावर भाई, मतलब चैलेंज सीजन हो, चैलेंज फाइनल हो, कुछ भी हो, आपको अपना काम पता है और डोमिनेशन आप काफ़ी कमाल तरीके से कर रहे हो। क्या सिनेरियो चल रहा है, क्योंकि अभी भी मंजिल बहुत दूर है और आपका हर मैच में चलना वो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो इस फिनिशेस के बारे में बताएं जो इस मैच में आपने निकाले।
टीम गेम था, टीम वर्क था, और प्री प्लानिंग वगैरह के थ्रू ही जो ये मैच निकला है वो ये, और बाकी के जो मैचेस है उसमें तो जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो वाला सीन है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
मतलब आप किस तरीके से पूरा गेम प्लान यहाँ पे बन रहा है, क्योंकि आप उस रेस में सबसे आगे फिलहाल चल रहे होगे जो MVP का है, और साथ ही साथ ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग का भी प्रेशर है, तो आपको लगता है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपकी तरफ थोड़ा ज़्यादा है?
टीम विन मैटर करता है एट द एंड, वही फ्लो वाइज जितने जो भी हो जाता है, पॉइंट्स वगैरह निकल जाते हैं, वो फ्लो के साथ रहो। बाकी यार इतना एक्सपीरियंस तो है कि प्रेशर वगैरह अगर आता भी है तो हैंडल करना सीख चुके हैं। बाकी प्रेशर ऐसा कोई एज सच है नहीं ये चीज़ होगा, और वही एट द एंड एक ही चीज़ आता है, जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो।
17 फिनिशेस निकाल चुका है ये खिलाड़ी, उसके बाद भी इस तरीके से रिप्लाई देना, आई मीन यस, MVP में सबसे आगे अभी ये चल रहे हैं। लेकिन सोमराज, एक आखिरी सवाल, कल एक चिकन आया था, उसके बाद आप गायब हो गए थे, क्या वही आज फिर से इरादा है, या फिर बैक टू बैक चिकन, या एवरेज की तरफ एटलीस्ट अब अपने आप को लेके जाने वाले हो?
कल हमने 3 मैच में हैट्रिक मारा था 0 पॉइंट मारने का, आज वो होप रहे कि हम लोग एटलीस्ट एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकाल लें।
चलिए एवरेज करेगा। लेकिन एक आखिरी सवाल मैं पूछना चाहूँगा एक्वानॉक्स से। भाई आप भी एक स्टार प्लेयर हो, उस एक्वानॉक्स को मैं थोड़ा सा मिस कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन टीम वाइज तो बहुत कमाल का चल रहा है, क्या हुआ है आपको?
नहीं हुआ है, मैच बाकी है, देखते हैं।
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, बट चलते हैं फिलहाल अभी कास्टर की तरफ, जानते हैं कि इनके परफॉर्मेंस से आप कितने खुश हो।
All right, quite unpleased with his hat-trick of getting ducks yesterday. Certainly will bring a smile on Somraj, but he knows that the work isn't over. Versatile kicking this day with the chicken dinner, I think embarks the fact that they are here for the resurgence, and I think now the foundation has been laid out. But now we have to bring the conversation down to the teams that are struggling. Yes, Shadow, I'm talking about Aiku Soul. Barely managed to get, what, 1 or 2 points throughout this game. Is it safe to draw the curtains already on them?
I would say it's time to draw the curtains, but yes, they are taking too much pressure on their shoulders. They're second-guessing themselves, which should not happen from the side of Aiku Soul.
It certainly should not, but this man, no stopping him in this game. 10 freaking finishes. He was a man on a mission. And I feel like Scared, he was feeling a little left out when he saw those Finnish leaders yesterday, and he wanted to compensate, and he did that in just one game.
It's more than just compensating, my man. 10 finishes alone. I was trying to calculate how many points did Versatile secure. for the entire chicken dinner, right? 10 points for chicken dinner. I was anticipating maybe 7-8 finishes for the team. So it's going to go down to 18-19 points. That's at least in the top 3. Forget about that. I'm throwing it all in the dustbin. Man, this is just phenomenal. And he mentioned it perfectly. Regardless of the pressure, he knows how to handle it, and he showcased it perfectly.
You know, it just took him one game to beat Jonathan's record of 8 last night, and I feel like he's yearning for more. But when you take a look at the stars of the match, you've got the fine finisher is Powers there, but K9, they were off to a bloody start. I mean, I'm talking about that fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, and we did see some bans in action, didn't we?
Yes, we did see. And Slug, every time this guy is impressing me the most because the way, Scare, if you notice, he's clutching it out every single time. Maybe Slug could be the next MVP in the list because every single time he's delivering the best performance. This time he was able to 1v2 Hero Extreme Godlike.
There's always this one star player of each and every team, right? For Godlike, it has been Jonathan. For K9, Slug has been stepping up big time. Yes, they've got even bigger names, right? They've got Beast, they've also got Ninja Boy, Omega, not so much in the fragmenting department, but in the brain department. But Slug stepping up in these crucial moments is exactly what this team needs. That's why it is still in that top 3 or at least in the top 5. The moment that we all were mentioning as well, the reaction of everyone says it all. And so is of Godlike, struggling just like another big name, Aiku Soul.
Hero Extreme Godlike being given a taste of their own medicine, given the fact how things really brewed up. Now, they are usually the ones panning people around, and to have that, to be on the receiving end, certainly tastes bitter. But you know what? When you sum up this entire game of Erangel, it was rather quite a slow affair, don't you think? We did not see any action barring GT taken down early. It was still those 5th or 6th circles. All the other teams were alive. So what was the reason behind that, Shadow?
Because they do understand the gravity of the situation, that how important day number 2 is, how important it is to accumulate those crucial points on this very day. Because if you don't perform on day 2, day 3, you can't expect a comeback. You can't expect those 13 bombers coming in because everyone will be having that bullseye target behind their back.
They certainly will be, but there's one thing that I really am, hovering over and scared. I want to get your opinions on that. Carnival Gaming were one of those teams that survived till the very end, whilst the others who were nearby them had all been picked off. Do you think they have collected enough points to still somehow maintain that little cushion they had, or it has been toppled over?
I don't think so. I think so. The cushion, it's going to be toppled, but yes, they still would be in that top space just because of the way how they accumulated so many points yesterday. But for this one, I don't think so it was enough at all. If I'm not wrong, at least 3 or 4 finishes, that's at the very max. Because, what, Hector got a couple of them after knocking down Destro. So, yeah, it seems to be them in a pretty precarious spot, but still not that much.
Of course, and that would be clearly evident once the match rankings do come up in front of us. And when we take a look at the report card, what happened in the first game of Wrangle of day number 2, it is going to be versatile, going big, going hot, going heavy. 24 points, and now suddenly that first position of Carnival Gaming could be under threat. But Red Ross, boy oh boy, they also delivered. I'm pretty much anticipating they might squeeze in through the top 4 or top 5. But even OG, they had all 4 of their players alive towards the very end. And certainly some might argue they were the favorites to have won this game. But what went wrong, Shadow?
I think they're bad fights. OG just overcommitted in few of the situation. That could have been a reason because they had a good control of the circle. They were making those good rotations as well. But Wildfang seems like their misery is still continuing. 4 total points, and I don't know how Sensa and Scout got picked up. Not having that surrounding awareness has always been a problem for the players of Wildfangs.
Yeah, indeed. And for Wildfangs, the misery continues. Along with them, we've got a couple of other names. This is where I want to bring upon Gujarat Tigers. They were having quite a decent day, if not the best. But this day, dropping down, all 4 players picked up. This should be a point where they get rattled, don't they, Scared?
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for them, and at the same time, I'm kind of expecting now them to basically choose a different drop location at least, or change a few things, get a few tweaks back up, because I still remember that this team performs pretty solid on those off maps, specifically the map of Sandhog. Yesterday, I also remember that they made a stark impact into that entire one when they stopped Revenant X Park out there, but It's just one thing that we're talking about, right? OG, they also performed really well, but at the same time, I want to see the step-ups coming in from the other teams too. Red Ross did a very good job though, getting those 13 points.
They certainly did, but we have to also talk about Team Just Shelly. And barring the fact that, when we saw initially the final circle spew upon us, Just Shelly also found themselves in a really comfortable spot. And rather, they were the ones who picked up Carnival Gaming. But what went wrong for them eventually towards the end? Because, Spare Me, they still had a decent one, but they could have done certainly better, Shadow.
I think the circle shift, they were in the dead smack center of the circle, but the moment the southern circle shift came in, so many teams were trying to migrate inside the circle, and that is where the Jelly and the entire boys started falling down. And that could have been a better rotation from the boys, but hey, they did fair.
They certainly did fair, but at the same time, the teams that aren't doing fair, we have to talk about Revenant X Spark. We thought they were wounded, we thought they would be on a hunt, and it was Admino who threw a spanner to their works. Wasn't it, Scared?
Yeah, it was Admino, and eventually it was that one last 1v1 win of Spray God that earned them at least that one finish point. So yes, the struggles are there. This team still continuing on the same thing. That is a big problem for them right now.
It certainly is, because now taking a look at the overall rankings, Carnival Gaming somehow hold on to their first spot, but I feel like the difference has been minuscule, and now you can see Versatile propelling themselves to the second spot with 54. K9 courtesy to those early finishes. Once again, they hold on to the third. As GDR, they slip a couple of points here and there. Revenant X Park around that 10th position. Gujarat Tigers did take a massive fall, but the headlines once again, folks, would be Aiku Soul dead smack at the very bottom. 16 points out of 7 matches. That is unforgiving.
The next two maps are going to be super important. If Aiku Soul doesn't perform, doesn't get a winner when a chicken dinner or a high amount of finishes in the upcoming next two games, we can pretty much draw the curtains that Aiku Soul will not be able to lift the trophy at least.
I think I feel like it's pretty much over, because now you're just sitting at 16 points, and whilst Versatile, Carnival Gaming, they have picked the pace up. K9, they're getting a lot of frags, so it's going to be so difficult if you are Aiku Soul at this very point. But as things dictate, we have to move on, right? And now we have to bring the conversation back to Wild Fangs. Now, Wild Fangs, they also had a lot of responsibility on the shoulders. Even Trey Scott tried. Things did not go their way.
It just feels at this point now it's not a one-person game anymore, because every other team is playing so good that you need all the 4 players to buckle up and then slowly move forward. I know everyone wants to move forward to the next map, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after this short break.
वो जैसे मैंने बताया था हाँ बोलना पड़ता है।
चल तूने हाँ से हाँ नहीं मिलाई, तो क्या तू अपने गेम प्ले पे शक कर रहा है?
बड़े नाम थे कुछ पर उनको मैंने चूज नहीं करा। बाकी लोगों को मैनिपुलेट करते हैं, अंदर अंदर झगड़ा लगवाते हैं। गुजरात टाइगर्स में मतलब ये बोलना चाहिए नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं मुझे, लेकिन
हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक। दिस इज क्रैट एंड आपका स्वागत है मसला और मसाला में। अब मुझे इंडस्ट्री में काफी टाइम हो चुका है और जो शख्स मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं इस वक्त इस सिचुएशन में, वो भी मेरे टाइम से ही है, काफी पुराना, और आज तक वो एडी चोटी का जोर लगा रहा है अपनी रेलेवेंसी प्रूव करने के लिए। यस, वो इस बार चैलेंज फाइनल में आ रहे हैं एज अ फेवरेट बनकर। सो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करते हैं प्रिंस ओजी की फ्रॉम द मिडिल ईस्ट स्पोर्ट्स। ब्रदर, वेलकम फॉर द चैलेंज फाइनल्स। मसला मसाला चूज कर, मसले पे बात करें या मसाले पे जाएं?
मसले पे करो पहले।
कुछ मुझे लगता है कि जिंदगी में बहुत मसले दे रहे हैं, ई स्पोर्ट्स करियर में हो, तेरी रन में हो। बिकॉज यूजुअली हमने दो लोग बुला रहे थे, बट व्हेन आई गॉट टू नो कि प्रिंस इज कमिंग, मैंने कहा भाई बहुत सारी चीजें जो प्रिंस बोलना चाहेगा। मुझे लगता है मेरे सवाल काफी रहेंगे तेरे लिए। तो तैयार है?
हाँ
बिल्कुल सॉर्ट है। तो सबसे पहले
पूछो।
हाँ, तो चैलेंज सीजन कैसा गया? बिकॉज तुम 16th पोजीशन पे क्वालीफाई कर रहे हो, लाइक ऑलमोस्ट पेंडुलम पे लटक रहे थे। तो हाउ वाज दैट जर्नी?
चैलेंज सीजन में ऐसा था कि थोड़े चेंजेस करने थे हमें, और उसके चक्कर में फिर हमारा नया प्लेयर खेलेगा पुराना खेलेगा, उसमें हम स्विचेस कर रहे थे, क्योंकि दूसरे इवेंट नए प्लेयर्स के साथ, ये इवेंट हमारा इस पुराने प्लेयर के साथ। तो उसी में फिर थोड़े सीन हो गए और प्रैक्टिस की थोड़ी ये हो गई, तो उसमें हमें थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो गया। बस इन द एंड नसीब अच्छा था हमारा कि हम हो गए।
चलो ठीक है। बस एज अ टीम यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट कि चैलेंज फाइनल्स के अंदर कुछ बड़ा होने वाला, अच्छा होने वाला।
या
एक बार नजरों में, ऑडियंस की आंखों में डाल के वादा करो
बहुत अच्छा होने
वाला। यस, सो मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, अब हम जा रहे हैं मसले की तरफ। बिकॉज़ 2019 से यार, आई थिंक यू आर द फर्स्ट पर्सन जिसने चिकन डिनर निकाल के दिया था हमारे देश को 200 पिंग पे, ठीक है? एंड उसके बाद से ना प्रिंस गायब हो जाता है, फिर आ जाता है थोड़े टाइम पे, और इस लेवल का प्लेयर होने के बावजूद यू स्टिल नो हसलिंग फॉर द यंगस्टर्स। मतलब अभी भी तेरे लाइनअप में नए लोग हैं, लेजेंड साइरेक्स, ठीक है? तो ये क्या हो रहा है? मतलब क्यों तेरे साथ कोई बड़े नाम क्यों नहीं दिख रहे मुझे आज भी?
क्योंकि ऐसा भी है कि बड़े नाम थे कुछ, पर उनको मैंने चूज नहीं करा जब मैं टीम बना रहा था, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि जो लोग कंफर्टेबल हो जाते हैं एक बार, तो उनका गेम इतना बाहर आता नहीं है।
डू यू रियलाइज कि तेरे टाइम का अभी तक मेरे ख्याल से एक आधा प्लेयर बचा है? आई थिंक इट्स ओनली स्काउट
ओवेस 2।
हाँ, ओवेस, और ओवेस तो ही couldn't qualify for the finals। सो कितने लोग होते थे उस टाइम पे, और अब हमारे पास इंडस्ट्री में 2 से 3 ही रह गए हैं। सो एट एनी मोमेंट तुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यार इस इंडस्ट्री में टिकना भी एक बहुत बड़ी जंग है?
सही में है कि मतलब इस इंडस्ट्री में टिकने के लिए या दो चीजें करनी पड़ेगी, या तो हाँ में हाँ मिलानी पड़ेगी कि सामने वाला जो बोल रहा है उसमें हाँ में हाँ मिलाओ, अगर तुम आईजीएल नहीं हो तो, या फिर अगर आईजीएल हो तो भी कोच होगा तुम्हारे ऊपर, मैनेजमेंट होगी। मतलब इन दी एंड यही आ जाएगा कि या तो हाँ में हाँ मिलाना आना चाहिए, या तो तुम्हारा गेम ऐसा होना चाहिए कि कोई हाँ या ना तुमसे पूछे ही नहीं।
बट यू हैड योर ओन स्ट्रगल्स, तो चल तूने हाँ से हाँ नहीं मिलाई, तो क्या तू अपनी गेम प्ले पे शक कर रहा है?
मैं शक किस पे कर रहा हूँ पता है? मैं खुद पे ही करता हूँ कि भाई मेरे को बेटर होना है, क्योंकि मैं जब बाकी लोगों को देखता हूँ जिनकी एज हो जाती है, उनका गेम प्ले खराब हो जाता है, मैं खुद को उनमें कंपेयर करवाना नहीं चाहता हूँ कि मतलब मैं उनको मैं खुद को अलग रखता हूँ उनसे, कि मतलब मैं अलग हूँ और मैं अभी भी खेल रहा हूँ और लोगों को दिख रहा है कि मैं कैसा खेल रहा हूँ, और मुझे लगता नहीं है कि कोई भी इतना पुराने टाइम का प्लेयर अभी भी ऐसा खेलता होगा।
नो डाउट।
यस।
चलो ये तो आपकी शुरुआत हो गई, अगर इस पे बात भी नहीं हुई, इतने साल बाद ये सवाल उठाए और हमें जवाब मिला। मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, अभी आप नो डाउट।
यस।
चलो ये तो आपकी शुरुआत।
आउट ऑफ नोवेयर 1 साल बाद अगर कोई खेलेगा तो उनको अगर स्लॉट चाहिए तो T1 प्लेयर लेने पड़ेंगे ना। तो मैंने पहले टीम बनाई थी, फिर मुझे वो चेंज करनी पड़ी और फिर मुझे T1 प्लेयर लेने पड़े, जिसकी वजह से मेरा सब कुछ खराब हो गया, मैं बता सकता हूँ। और गुजरात टाइगर्स को लेके आया था मैं, और मेरे को प्रोमिसेस तो करे थे उन्होंने कि प्रिंस है तो गुजरात टाइगर है, पर फिर ऐसा हो गया कि आउट ऑफ नोवेयर हमें 3 दिन पहले बोल दिया कि अभी दूसरी टीम ले रहे, तो उठ के हमसे घर जाने को बोला, इन द सेंस कि मतलब फिर यही हुआ। तो ये चीज़ बुरी लगी दिल से कि मतलब एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा था, एक घर जैसा समझा था कि यही है जो भी है, ऐसा समझा था कि गुजरात है, नाम है, मैं हूँ वहाँ से, लोग जानते हैं और इसी में करूँगा जो भी करूँगा, पर इतना भरोसा दिखाया था तो हो जाता। बस
और
वही।
इस सिचुएशन में भी कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई, कोई क्लोजर नहीं मिला आपको?
मिला क्लोजर, लेकिन जैसा चाहिए था वैसा नहीं मिला। इन द एंड सामने वाला तो क्या ही बोलेगा, सामने वाला खुद को ही डिफेंड करेगा ना, तो वो वही कर रहे थे। और मुझे पता है कि भाई उन्होंने जो पहले बोला था और अभी वो जो कर रहे हो वो तो दोनों अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं ना। अगर मैं आपसे कुछ बोलूंगा फिर मैं बाद में कुछ और करूंगा, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि मैं कैसा इंसान हूँ, बस वैसी बात है।
आपकी नज़र में ऐसी कोई और है इंडिया में जो पूरा साल ना चले and उनको फर्क ना पड़े, ऐसा है क्या कुछ? आज के टाइम
ऐसी
पे
तो मुझे
एक
सोल लगती है और गॉडेल लगती है।
बट उनकी भी तो लाइनअप चेंज होते हैं रेगुलर। पिछले 2 साल के अंदर आईकू सोल के पास एक ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी है, मतलब उनका एक ऑफिशियल लाइनअप है, उनको टीवी की ट्रॉफी, बट लाइनअप कंटिन्यूस चेंज हुए। मतलब
जो प्लेयर चेंज करते हैं ना वो तो।
और उसके बाद गॉडलाइक ने तो हाल ही में फिर से वो अपना गॉडलाइक दिखाया है, बिकॉज़ उनके लाइनअप में तो पूरा लाइनअप चेंज हो गया। तो पंकी गॉडलाइक है, उससे पहले जेली को मौका मिला, कितने सारे प्लेयर आए, लाला, शैडो, कितने थे। सो इवन ये लाइनअप भी शफल्स करते हैं। तो आपको क्या लगता है, लाइक परफॉर्मेंस तो ऑन द टॉप रहनी चाहिए?
रहनी ही चाहिए यार। अगर तुम स्पोर्ट्स में हो, अपना सब कुछ घर पर छोड़ के आए हो, कहीं पे खेल रहे हो, तो फिर तुम किस लिए खेल रहे हो? मतलब गेम के लिए खेल रहे हो ना। ग्राइंड कम करोगे, नहीं खेलोगे तो फिर तो क्या ही होगा।
कुछ ऐसी नजर में है प्लेयर आपके जो मतलब 2 साल पहले भी ऐसे थे, आज भी मतलब गेम को धर्म बना बैठे हैं, अपना A1 इनपुट देते हैं हमेशा?
ये केओपी और जॉनथन और विजगॉड और
ये तेरी दोस्ती में निकल रहे जवाब?
नहीं, ये मैं देखता हूँ कि ओवरऑल एमवीपी कौन कौन होता है। स्प्रे गॉड सबसे मेन, और मेरी टीम का लेजिट।
तेरा जजिंग क्राइटेरिया एमवीपी है।
मैं तो वही देखता हूँ कि मतलब कौन कितना ग्राइंड कर रहा है और अभी तक कर रहा है।
अब फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लगा कि कोई एक ऐसा आया है जिसको बहुत सारा तजुर्बा है, एक्सपीरियंस के साथ बात कर रहा है।
अब लोग बोलते नहीं है करट भाई, बोलते नहीं है वो लोग करट भाई।
अब वो टाइम आ चुका है ना कि
लोग ऐसा अच्छा दिखाने में उनको बहुत वो होता है, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है।
डर है यार कि ना आपने 4 शब्द निकाले मुंह से, 4 के 16 करके किसी ने सोच लिया, एंड लोगों को बस वो एनर्जी नहीं लेनी है। लोग बस थोड़ा सा रिलक्टेंट हो गए इन चीजों को लेकर। दे नॉट डूइंग नेगेटिव, बट जस्ट लाइक कि अगर आज के टाइम पे वो है ना 1 और 11 है, वो हाँ बोलेंगे और चलते बनेंगे आगे। तुझे लगता है खुश रह, हमसे दूर रह।
वो स्पोर्ट्स में है ना, वो जैसे मैंने बताया था, हाँ बोलना पड़ता है
बिकॉज अपनी सहूलियत के लिए। बट अभी ये गेम के अंदर हर दिन सैकड़ों बच्चे आ रहे हैं, ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, एंडलेस आवर्स, दे गिविंग एवरीथिंग दे हैव टू द गेम। उनके लिए कुछ ऐसी चीजें बोलना चाहेगा जिससे जो गलतियां तूने करी, तूने भुगता, एंड वो गलतियां वो ना करे, है कुछ ऐसी चीजें?
सबसे मेन तो यही है कि टीम के साथ स्टिक करो, अकेले मत रहो। अकेले रहोगे तो सिर्फ एक ही चीज है जो तुम्हें बचा सकती है, वो है तुम्हारा गेम। टीम के साथ स्टिक करोगे, गेम कभी अप डाउन हुआ तो टीम संभाल लेगी, डाउन हुआ तब वो संभाल लेगी, और अप हुआ तो फिर तुम्हारा परफॉर्मेंस होगा तभी अप हुआ है। तो यही है, टीम के साथ स्टिक करो, अपना 100% दो और अच्छे से गेम खेलो।
थैंक यू सो मच प्रिंस भाई, लवली टॉकिंग टू यू। लगा मतलब कोई पुराना ओजी आया है, प्रिंस ओजी आया है बैठ के बात करने।
धन्यवाद।
आई होप कि आप लोगों को भी मजा आया होगा, बिकॉज ये था मसला और मसाला का इनक्रेडिबल सेगमेंट, और पर्सनली आई एंजॉयड अ लॉट। आप लोगों को भी उम्मीद करता हूँ मजा आया होगा, और ऐसे और सेगमेंट आएंगे, बहुत मजा आएगा। तब तक के लिए इंतजार करिए और ढेर सारा प्यार बरसाते रहिए।
All right, we are back after this small hiatus as game number 2 is going to begin shortly. And I've got the big man himself, Necro, along with Skerrit. So, Necro, matter of fact, Aiku Soul, they needed a big game in the first match. Do you think it's time we draw the curtains on them?
No, not exactly yet. Still, all it takes is one big game for you to be back in the top 5, and I don't think so. Aiku Soul is someone that's still outside of the race. They just need a few more points to sort of be once again back there. As I mentioned, one big game, you can easily be there in the top 5, and Aiku Soul is one of those teams that's got a lot of potential. It is understandable that unfortunately taking those early clashes is now starting to pan out, and quite a bad note for them. Hopefully in the future games, though, Aiku Soul's not going to repeat that, but Versatile, man, this is a big scare for all the teams in the top 16 right now. I mean, if Versatile keeps on playing the same way, we already know we might just see another back-to-back here.
We certainly can, and this brings me to you, Scared, where I have to ask you, because this has been a set pattern even yesterday. A team wins the chicken dinner, they drop the ball in the very next game. Is Versatile adept enough to break that curse?
They really need to at this time, because I'll have to say the next one is Miramar, and the stats have been saying it becomes super difficult for Somraj onto that map, even though Necro himself mentioned yesterday that he really likes to play on that map. Even after that, there are some difficulties, but I think so, yes, they might break that curse. They will be able to get some decent points.
I mean, look, for VXT, Miramar, in my opinion, is pretty much their stronger suit. Yeah, it's understandable in Challenge Season, not exactly the stats they wanted to pull off, but let's be honest, who was playing Challenge Season that seriously? Especially a team like VXT, they were already dominating off the bat, so they knew that they're going to qualify anyways. So I'm pretty sure they were someone that was pulling off a lot of those aggressive shenanigans. So we did not exactly expect that aggressive playstyle, or maybe you can't say that serious aggressive playstyle from VXT.
Yeah.
They were taking fights left, right, and center. But now in the grand finals, you see the real characteristic of this team, and I think so they might just dominate on Miramar.
They certainly can, and they have all it takes. At least when it comes down to LAN, it's all about that momentum. But you know what? So much is going on. We have to know what the audience has to say. So over to my dear friend Anki for an exclusive interview.
कोई उत्सव होता है, जब भी कोई महोत्सव होता है, जब भी कोई फेस्टिवल होता है, तो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट होते हैं हमारे परिवार के सदस्य, और बहुत सारे हमारे परिवार के सदस्य यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं. अब उनसे थोड़ी बातचीत करेंगे, जानेंगे वो कहाँ से आए हैं और कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. ये सारी चीज़ें करेंगे. आप काफ़ी ज़्यादा खूबसूरत मुझे लग रहा है. क्या नाम है आपका? शिवम. अभी आप यहाँ पे कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए आए हैं? स्पॉटलाइट. और कहाँ से आए हैं आप? लक्ष्मी नगर से. क्या बात है. ये क्या लिखा है आपके पैम्फलेट पे, अगर आप दिखाओ तो? जॉनथन दिल से गॉड लाइक. ऐसा आप जॉनथन के बहुत बड़े फैन हैं? यस सर. डेट ऑफ बर्थ बता दीजिए. इसका जो जॉनथन. नहीं 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 नहीं, कोई है यहाँ पे? इज देयर एनीवन? आपको पता है? खड़े हो जाइए.
22nd September.
22nd September. Oh my God, I didn't expect that, but I think that's true. और चलते आगे देखते हैं बाकी कौन सी टीम के फैंस हैं. भाई ठीक है, आप आ जाओ भाई, आप आ जाओ. आपका नाम क्या है, कहाँ से आए हो बताइए?
सक्षम रोहिणी से.
कहाँ से आप?
रोहिणी.
रोहिणी से. तो अभी यहाँ पे ये पूरा माहौल देख के, ये पूरा इवेंट देख के कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है.
ये पहला इवेंट है जो आप अटेंड करने के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ.
ठीक है, तो आप यहाँ पे कौन सी टीम को, कौन से प्लेयर को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
मैं गॉडलैक को सपोर्ट करने आया हूँ, और स्पेशली जोनाथन गेमिंग.
यार बहुत बढ़िया. गाइस, कोई और किसी और टीम का सपोर्ट, मैं किसी और भी टीम के सपोर्टर से बात करना चाहता हूँ भाई. ऐसे नहीं गाइस. ओके, मेक सम नॉइज. 3, 2, 1, लेट्स गो. अरे वुल्फ वाला दिख गया, वुल्फ वाला दिख गया. आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ. वुल्फ वाला कौन है? अच्छा, आपको बात करनी है? बैठ जाओ, आराम से बैठ जाओ. कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. बैठ के जी बताइए.
गॉडमिनो, तेरा फर्स्ट डे बहुत ज्यादा डाउनफॉल था, बट तू सेकंड डे मारेगा. तू मारेगा. चल गॉडमिनो, चल.
तू मारेगा.
गॉडमिनो, तू मारेगा यार. आई बिलीव इन यू यार. कम ऑन, कम ऑन.
लेट्स गो. इनसेन एनर्जी है दोस्तों यहाँ पे. आप भी आ जाइए भाई. आप बताइए, पीछे चलते हैं. आ जाइए, आप आ जाइए. ये मुझे थोड़े ओजी से लग रहे हैं, क्रेजी से. क्या नाम है आपका सर?
आर्यन राज.
आप स्नैक्स को मिस कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
हम ऐसे तो सोल को सपोर्ट करने आए, लेकिन स्नैक्स टीचर लव है.
लेट्स गो. डैमेज दो, अंदर जाओ. डैमेज दो, बाहर आओ. ये रहता है यहाँ पे. आराम से.
जोनी, तुम मारेगा.
ठीक है. आराम से. भाई आए बता के जाएगा. आराम से. बैठो. बिल्कुल मिलेगा. बैठो. बैठ के भाई, बैठ के आराम से. ठीक है. मुझे एक और कोई बंदा चाहिए. आप लोग बैठ जाओ आराम से. दोस्तों देखो, यही होता है जब कुछ क्रेजी टूर्नामेंट चलते हैं. इतना ज्यादा जो ऑडियंस है उनका लव मिलता है, इतना ज्यादा सपोर्ट मिलता है. आई मीन क्या यार, बढ़िया, मजा आ गया. एक लास्ट है कार्निवल गेमिंग वाले. आजा भाई, आजा. एक और टीम को हम कवर कर लेते हैं भाई. आइए आप. क्या बात है, पंक की गॉड लाइक. बिल्कुल सही बात है. तो सर आपका नाम क्या है, आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
अखिलेश पांडे नाम है. मैं इंदौर से आया हूँ, स्पेशली सीजी को सपोर्ट करने.
तो अभी सीजी बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म कर रही है, टॉप ऑफ द टेबल चल रही है. आपने यहाँ पे गॉबलिन के आगे एक दिल बना रखा है. अच्छा, गॉबलिन के सपोर्टर हैं आप?
यस, डेफिनेटली.
अभी
Day one
गॉब्लिन आपको सुन भी पा रहे हैं, वैसे कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
बस कुछ नहीं, अच्छा खेलता है, उसको सपोर्ट करने आया हूँ। और हेक्टर के साथ एक्चुअली मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिखती है जो पहले मैंने उनके ऑक पे एक इवेंट में कमेंट करके डाला था कि क्यों हेक्टर आईजीएल होना चाहिए। एंड इंदौर से मैं कल रात को निकला, आज सुबह आया क्योंकि टॉप पे चल रही थी।
चलिए हम एक बार समझ भी लेते हैं कि कितनी समझदारी की भरी यहाँ पे बात हो रही है। आपने बोला कि हेक्टर को क्यों आईजीएल होना चाहिए, आप इस आवाम को बताना चाहेंगे कि हेक्टर को क्यों आईजीएल होना चाहिए?
एक्चुअली डिपेंड करता है कि टीम का टीममेट के साथ कैसा होना। लॉट्स ऑफ पीपल प्लेइंग टुगेदर विद आईजीएल क्योंकि उनका नेचर अच्छा लगता है, इसलिए नहीं कि वो समझा रहा है, चिल्ला रहा है। मैंने बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में देखा है कैसे होता था, कैसे चिल्लाना होता था। बट
समझ गया आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं, मैं समझ गया, आप बैठ जाइए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया दोस्तों, यहाँ पे थोड़ा इंसेन माहौल बन चुका है। आई एम सो सॉरी, मैं आप सबके साथ इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर पाऊंगा, बट वंस अगेन इन 3, 2, 1 लेट्स मेक सम नॉइज। चलिए दोस्तों, अब मेरे जाने का समय हो चुका है, चलते हैं हमारे कास्टर्स के पास और अगले मुकाबले की तरफ भी चलते हैं।
All right, the crowd is absolutely wild. I do not really understand. I'm trying to contemplate. Was it a threat for Admino or was he actually pumping him up, Necro?
I think he was just trying to pump up Admino at this point, right? Admino was not really able to perform that well on day one, and then the fans are over here to try and get him cheered up. That Admino, you can do this. Come on, you need to perform for your team because he was the main lifter as well, even in challenge season. Admino was doing so much for Hero Extreme Godlike.
I agree, and to be honest, in the previous one, he kind of did perform as well in that long-range fight, but that is just not enough. You have to do a lot more because all of these people out there, they're supporting Godlike, they're supporting their favorite teams, and this is a team that we always wanted to see in these kind of situations, right? The trophy cabinet is still kind of empty out there, Fixes.
Yeah, you really touched the nerves, didn't you, Scared? Because honestly speaking, we had high expectations from Hero Extreme Godlike given that final game of Erangel yesterday. But today, I think the momentum is once again gone away from them. And, you know, this is where, Necro, this comes down to you. I need to ask you this. Now, Hero Extreme Godlike, we really thought that they would go aggressive. They again dropped the ball in the first game of Erangel. Now, heading on, looking at the schedule, it is going to be a game of Miramar. Do you think this is where we could see them make a comeback, or is it going to be the same story once again?
Honestly speaking, look, at this point, for any other team on the latter half of the board, if they want to stand a chance to make the comeback, just try and stop the top 3 teams. That's it. If the top 3 teams keep on winning the game, if they keep on having consistent games, they're going to come. Especially for the teams that are there on the latter half of the board, because then you cannot really make that comeback happen. Once that difference maker is there in the overall standings, it's bad.
I agree. You don't really need to make that difference big enough right now. This is the chance for you to make those comebacks, but it is only possible if you now go in ahead and target. I think so. As much as it's important for teams like Godlike, the ones who are all the way over down, Botami Esports, Aiku Soul, those are the teams that really need to step things up. So yes, that's going to be the main thing that they need to focus on, while the audience out there, you guys can focus on the Snapdragon match prediction. Drop your predictions down in the chat section and support your favorite team. Fixes, who do you got winning though?
You know, at this point, I really want Team Orangutan to make a comeback, because at this point, you know what, Necro, this is what I was segueing into. OG, in that final circle, they had such a good position, but they looked lost the moment Versatile Storm came their way.
I mean, look, I understand that OG is someone that is sort of struggling as well, but for some reason, I generally think so that OG can easily make that comeback happen as well. They've showcased a lot of that signs of life as well on day one. We know what OG is capable of. They can easily pull themselves back, but a team that's genuinely struggling is Aiku Soul, and hopefully Aiku Soul can place really good on this map from Miramar. We've got the dance cam as well live on the audience, currently sitting in the arena. And hopefully we get to see some dance move. I mean, yeah, we do see a little bit of that.
We've got some pretty faces as well. Would love to see them shake some hips, also some hands. We've got a lot in the air. And everybody supporting their favorite team. Yeah, there you've got one. There you've got one man in orange, I believe. But yes, some support for Scout OP as well. And we'll be in the match very, very soon. And these 3 beautiful faces, we did see them yesterday also, I think, are the supporters for Team Hector. And this is something that they need right now. But now moving ahead, now in a game of Miramar, tell me what is going to happen with Revenant X Spark. Is it going to be the same old story? They go tumbling down. Somebody has to step up, right? They still need a hero, don't you think, Scared?
I have to say that this is the time. Yesterday we saw Shadow step up. Now the rest of the team has to whatsoever. They've got no other opportunity. But hold on. You know, throw that aside.
Oh, he's having the time of his life, my friend.
That's
Just look
what.
at him dance for a bit longer. Let him do his, man. Let him do.
Ahead. Now, in a right? They still need a hero, don't you think, Scared?
I have to say that this is the time. Yesterday we saw Shadow step up. Now the rest of the team has to whatsoever. They've got no other opportunity. But hold on. You know, throw that aside.
Oh, he's having the time of his life, my friend.
That's
Just look
what.
at him dance for a bit longer. Let him do his, man. Let him do his job. He's doing a great job. I'm pretty sure he's also
Oh my
riling up the
God.
crowd by doing that. He's also got a lot written on his card, but once again, we cannot really forget the fact that the next game is about to begin soon. The map of Miramar, which holds a lot of value for the players and the athletes. We know how much it sort of holds as well for even the players that are not doing that great in the overall standings. They need to try and pump themselves back in the overall standings as soon as possible. This game has to be it. You asked me a question. Can Revenant Spark make a comeback? Well, Miramar is going to be the answer, maybe.
It certainly has to be. There's no other way around. But that beckons the beginning of game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, as the flight path trajectory is going to be in front of you as we venture into the desert of Miramar. It is all the way from La Cabrera towards Minas del Sur, slightly inclined towards that western side. And now, Necro, all those teams dropping down on those eastern peripheries, I mean, they are going to be up for a toss.
Well, let's see how the start's going to look like. I would love to see an aggressive start, especially for the teams that are on the struggling side of the face. I would love to see Ico Soul do super good. I would love to see Wingard Esports as well. A few new faces on the block. They have not been discussed that much, but I would love to see them perform pretty well as well. Even Bot Army Esports can be up in the mix, right? Bot Army Esports, it's been a while since we've seen that team perform. Hell, even Metal Esports. Yesterday's day was great for Metal Esports, but today's day, a little bit of that shaky start. But Metal Esports is someone that can easily make the comeback happen. They know how to play that defensive playstyle, and once you know how to play the defensive playstyle, you can easily achieve that average.
They certainly have to for Metal Esports. But, you know, at this point, Metal Esports, we know what their secret sauce to success has been. It's always about trying to hold on to the center of the circle. And the previous game was absolutely surrounded by so many piranhas in the greener pastures. As we take a look at all these teams dropping down, no drop collisions whatsoever, but God's Reign, Necro, they are far from home. And even for Wild Fangs as well, this looks concerning.
It indeed does. Two teams dropping right next to each other. Make that 3, actually. It's Bot Army Esports right next to Just Jelly, and there's another team in the vicinity as well. Is there going to be any sort of clashes? That's my question. Maybe Bot Army Esports just moving their own merry way, and that's what Just Jelly as well seems like they're doing. Wild Fangs in a bit of a trouble, considering Aura is right next to him. And Wild Fangs has been struggling since the start. At this point, they're being treated like 3 points on the map. Something needs to be done. Trey Scott is the only man putting in numbers, while the rest, they're just staring at his performance. They need to wake up from the slumber. The sooner they wake up, the more the chances of them pulling off a comeback. You asked me a question about Revenant Spark. Trust me when I say this, for some reason I have a little bit of that itch. And that itch is telling me that Revenant Spark can make a comeback.
But this one is going to be quite a stormy one, don't you think? Especially when you've got the likes of Metal, K9 all beside you, and you have to somewhere get around the central position of the circle. Now it feels like Carnival Gaming, they can have a go once again, given how close they are around that La Bendita region, dropping down at Picardo, instantly getting their loot done and moving across the map. That brings us to another team, Necro. We need to touch upon them a little bit. Red Ross, they were playing out of the minds in game 1.
They indeed were. Currently sitting on the 6th spot as well. Red Ross, for some reason, These boys, they're quite the newer bunch. They do have a bit of that experience from the official tournaments, but still not as much as the other teams that are currently playing in here. And still, Red Ross is doing a fantastic job maintaining that average. On the 6th spot with 45 points. What else do you want? Teams like Ikusol are all the way at the bottom. Wild Fangs as well on the 13th. Hero Extreme, godlike a team that was absolutely dominating in challenge season, is currently sitting on the 12th spot. I mean, that should be a prime example of how things are looking.
But you know what, when you take a look at the overall standings, I must still bring this to attention of all the viewers that even Wingod can make a comeback. All they need is one big chicken dinner.
Anyone, in my opinion. All
And
the top
for
16
Bgmi
teams are
Sports
still
and
in contention.
Ikusol, they need a lot more.
One
Because
big chicken dinner, 25 points. I think so they're once again back in the swing of things. They can easily be there.
yeah, I mean, they can. And, you know, at this point, they need to latch on to something. They need some hope where they can find their way in. Because sitting at 16 and 18, respectively, for Ikusol and Bgmi Esports, it's something that I find very hard to digest, given how they performed in the challenge stages. For Bgmi Esports, you can cut a little bit of slack. It's
Oh
their
my
first
God.
audience land, but look at this, K9.
Loving
Already
this.
on the hunt, already on the prowl. And maybe Red Ross could be their next target on their hit list. And this is going to end very bitter. This is absolutely going to shake them apart if they're not cautious.
They're relying on their stronger suit, my friend. And that is hunting teams down. Firepower. K9 Esports, known for their sheer stubbornness and the mechanics they hold. And that's what they're relying on right now to try and gather the average points. And I love that. And I think so K9 Esports should keep on playing the same way as well. Just go aggressive in the lobby and hope for the best. Red Ross, you pointed them out a while ago, and Red Ross, yeah, even that is one of those teams that's not really shy of any of the fights. Red Ross is someone that's not really playing with a lot of pressure, and you can clearly tell with the way they're playing too. It seems like they're not scared of anyone.
I mean, for Red Ross, it's so important that they have that mentality. You know, they've got nothing to lose, but the world to achieve. And imagine gracing the biggest and the first LAN of 2025. And if they somehow get a podium finish, it would mean the world to them. But now Carnival Gaming, they're sitting high on the hills. Takes me back to one of those chicken dinners. They come from around here, but Medal Esports, little do they know that they are being watched. It is going to be the danger man himself, Goblin. Of course, has been overshadowed by Viper. How well that lad has been playing. As long as Carnival Gaming still stay on top. But now it's looking quite scary for Savit. I feel like he might get picked off.
Medal Esports lost. But still, they should be aware of the fact that they're going to get eyed out by this hill. And that's what exactly happens. Goblin finds the first strike. And unfortunately for Medal Esports, they're on the verge of losing out on Sarvit. He can be still bought back on his feet. Sarvit knocked out, begging for mercy. Waiting for his teammates to close on up and get him that revival. But Carnival Gaming too, they're closing on up towards that compound. What was Sarvit doing all by himself? And it's not that the first time this is happening to any other team, right? A lot of teams have fallen prey to the same strat over and over again, and now this time Siege has done it to Medal Esports.
You know what really gets me excited is how well prepared Carnival Gaming are for every maps that they come to play. They've always got some tricks, and this time they read it. Medal Esports tend to drop down right beside them. We did witness Carnival Gaming drop down on Picado, instantly made a maneuver. They took over the hills and found one of the players off guard. It was Goblin, who constantly kept a close watch on the players of Medal. They realized they're way aloof from each other, and when Sarvit exposed himself a little too much, that's when they secured that first finish. Medal Esports, no time to lament. They have to again get back to the textbook way that has worked out for them. That is to play around the center, but now it's starting to get crowded. You've got Gujarat Tigers, you've of course also got Orangutan, along with Wingod in the nearby vicinity.
Wingod, it is one of those teams that's been struggling as well. In challenge season, Wingard Esports was playing quite great. First 2 weeks, Wingard were unstoppable. Then later on, we did see that bit of a dip in the performance, but they already did the heavy lifting in the first 2 weeks of the challenge season itself. So Wingard Esports was already feeling great. They already knew that they're going to qualify no matter what. And they easily did so as well. Hopefully, though, that the struggles will end soon. We've also got VXT finally making their way towards the centric part. Hero Extreme Godlike towards Truck Stop, still pretty far away from the center. This time maybe playing towards the edge. Circle is still pretty massive. Teams can easily find themselves a bit of that shelter to play with. As soon as the stage 3 hits, though, that's where we might just see a bit of that ruckus.
Very slow start to this game. And this is something that's anticipated, right? The tensions blowing off the roof, and of course, I do not really know if it's the right idea. Just drive away. It's such a fast vehicle across those deserts. You would, of course, want that buggy, but look at this, Cyrex. He's caught in the middle of nowhere. Gujarat Tigers, locked and loaded. Cyrex, a whole world of trouble. As the Molotov does flush him out of his position, he is screaming for help. But Zarev so quick on his triggers as Metal Esports, they lose one more.
Why are Metal Esports so disconnected? First they fall prey to CG, now they fall prey to GT. Man, this disconnect is really starting to cost him. And now CG is starting to take a fight against the players of Revenant Spark. It's not a good outing at all. Revenant Spark, for some reason, even they seem quite disconnected. Sarong was already taken down. Shadow is going to be followed up as well soon. Carnival Gaming on the prowl, on the hunt, and I'm loving this. Apex Predators. CG sitting at the top of the board, feeling untouched, and they're constantly having the points in the bracket as well. So that's even better. But teams just need to make sure that CG is not going to have that big lead in the overall standings. As long as CG does not have that massive lead, still they can be caught.
You know what? At this point, for Revenant X Spark, they should have been prepared, given the fact that they read on the finish feed and they really do not drop down so far away. Especially after Goblin got that first finish. Revenant X Spark again look quite distraught. Clearly see a discord amongst themselves. As now Wildfangs all coiled up, spotting the players of Godstrain also making a move inside the zone. Scout, eyes all will be on him. He's yet to deliver, yet to perform, yet to show up. Has been missing on this grand stage as finally he lets loose of those bullets. It will be on Destro, but to his utter disarray, Necro, not even a single bullet connected.
Unfortunate. Efforts were there, but no connections. Wildfangs is one of those teams that we know, which holds a lot of value, and especially looking at their track record as well, we know what Wildfangs can pull off if every single person decides to activate themselves. But right now, it's just Trey Scott carrying the rest 3 on the back. Hopefully that picture is going to change soon, because if it doesn't, one thing will be clear. Wildfangs is not getting out of that bottom 8. The circle keeps on shrinking, but this time it's quite a standard shift. Just shifting towards the centric part. Every single team has still found themselves a bit of that shelter to play with, but as soon as the next shift occurs, that's where everyone will try to bum rush in that centric part, and that's where it will be chaotic.
The one synonymous with being aggressive, K9 Esports, they've started making their moves. They talk about the next shift, and that is where the hell breaks loose, right? And they will be the instigators, surely will be the catalysts of this.
Looking at the circle and how it's panning out so far. GT's in the smack center, by the way. And GT, if they keep on playing towards the center, there's two ways to look at it. There's also going to be a lot of that unwanted attention on top of GT, but at the same time, they will have a solid position to play with. It really depends what sort of ridge GT's holding. If they do not have solid concrete cover, then that's going to be a big problem. But Aiko Soul, unfortunately, in some uncharted territories, almost could have been caught there. Knuckle backs away in the nick of time, so he's going to be safe for now. But still, that damage that was taken on top of the players of Aiko Soul, that could have been deadly. Once again, moving back towards GT's conversation that I was having, right? If they've got some concrete cover to play with, they will be safe for a longer time.
They've got a decent split also. Split it up in pairs, have a little bit of a difference between their position, but Hero Extreme Godlike just trying to get the lay of the land. They know that Bgmi Esports is just around them. Zap trying to relay all that information to his teammate. At this point, he's been given another lifeline. Has to show up as Hero Extreme Godlike, after a disappointing start, be looking for a little bit of a comeback. We did talk about Revenant X-Park. They have been hammered away from the server. Of course, we witnessed two of the players picked off by Carnival Gaming, the remainder of the job being completed by Aiko Soul, and Carnival Gaming and Aiko Soul would also be a treat to watch.
They indeed be. And right now, God's Reen, they found themselves in the smack center right next to Hero Extreme Godlike. You heard the crowd go wild. That's as the zone shift popped up, and it's all because the zone is favoring the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. And the fans are now super excited. Luckily enough, VXT is not in the zone, and CG is on the edge. So there's a big chance that CG will be facing a lot of struggles trying to make it to the center. But even CG can decide to play from the off-center for a long time, and that can still help them survive for a bit longer. Metal Esports towards Picado. Now, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Metal Esports. They lost out on 2 players because there was a big disconnect amongst the players themselves. And now Metal Esports is taken down to a 2-man squad. For Metal Esports to make any sort of moves in the future, they would have to rely on their gunpowder. But unfortunately, they don't have that. Aiko Soul dropping numbers. Knuckle gets knocked out. We were just having a conversation about some other team, and then Aiko Soul once again loses out on Knuckle. Oh man, Knuckles having a rough day today, huh?
Certainly, and so far the story of Aiko Soul in the grand finals, I do not know how I'm feeling at this point. They've become punching bags. No teams coming at them, just taking them down for fun, but this time a little bit of response, even from Aiko Soul's side. Ninja Boy being brought down, but Aiko Soul, they need to be alert, need to be alarmed, because at this point, you cannot manage to stall away, given the circle shift. Still have that northern territory to themselves, but especially with K9 hovering around, that threat still keeps on looming. As for the Apes, look at this massive, massive debacle just occurred. The IGL himself, Aru being picked off, the tip of the spear, Vizcott being taken down, and OG, they are slowly but surely hammered and beaten down to pulp. With 2 players surviving, I don't think OG can really have a good time in this one.
I don't think as well. This will be a rough one, without a doubt. OG confirmed that 1 man. But for VXT, they're looking to pull off a clinical rotation, which seems pretty tough. They're still all the way in the outskirts. And for VXT, they would need to take at least 1 fight in order to find that clean rotate inside of the circle, which in my opinion sounds really tough. Bgmi Esports sign out the players of Reckoning. They know exactly who's there in the front. But Bgmi Esports just waiting for Reckoning Esports to maybe step out in the open, make some sort of mistakes first. But that's not going to be happening. It's Reckoning Esports we're speaking of. Reckoning Esports 2 is one of those dominant forces. Yeah, so far the Wolves, they seem like they're sort of on a nap, but hopefully they wake up soon.
At this point, you know, things are starting to brew up, right? It's been night time that we have all those fights sparking out, and so many competitors. The circle, the center looks so crowded, Necro. You've got Red Ross. They pulled off a beautiful rotation. They've got Ico Soul around them. They've got Hero Extreme Godlike right on their east. And quite some injection also coming in from the southern side. You've got Wild Fangs, you've got Bot Army Esports, and then Orangutan with the surviving 2 members. They will also have to enter in. But what baffles me is Versatile. Taking a look at the map feed, just passing by. You've got Josh Jelly beside them. Given how they drop around El Pozo, taking those western corridors all the way down south, it's going to be important to see what can they get out of this game as Josh Jelly firing all that lead onto the players of Wingod, and seems like it's the vehicles they're going after.
Hell's about to break loose, my friend. The circle is now smaller than ever before. And it's a big problem for everyone in the lobby that's currently not in the circle.
Ooh.
VXT, Bot Army Esports, Wild Fangs, the names just keep on going. CG is also one of them, the table toppers. CG would at least want to have that average in this game before getting taken out. But right now, Wingod Esports getting charged up by Just Jelly. It's not looking too nice. The S12K, they clash. But unfortunately, Infinity, he gets racked out. It's not that good of a news for the side of Wingod Esports, but Just Jelly, they're doing fantastic in this fight. They've already got the upper edge as they shut down Infinity. And now for Wingod, they just don't have enough manpower to try and face off against the players of Just Jelly. That's why they're making their move against the players of Jelly now. They're moving away from here.
But they're still not out of the woods yet, given the fact that they now have to make an entry inside the circle, given the fact that the players of Wingod almost on the edges. As Wingod, they also have to deal with the likes of Gujarat Tigers, who are waiting with their arms open. But look at this, Versatile Storm hits them, and Gods, he goes falling down. As elsewhere, you've got K9 going up against Ico Soul. We were talking about this pandemonium breaking loose, and seems like, Necro, that is starting to happen.
Ico Soul taking a fight against K9 Esports. In my opinion, that's not a great thing. K9 Esports is someone that's doing really good in the overall standings. Technically, if you're trying to take a look at things in that way, they've got nothing to lose in this fight. But Ico Soul, everything's on the line. Backs against the wall. And Manya is the only glimmer of hope, surviving Omega in the front. The nade's tossed out. It's not going to do any sort of damage. Has 12K in the hands of Manya. All it takes is the first pump. But if he's not able to connect that properly, Omega will have a second chance at life. Ooh. But what a nade that was from Manya. It's going to find a beautiful 2-piece. Ninja Boy Small gets knocked out with that beautifully placed nade, and now it's down to Omega. A 1v1 between the IGLs. Who's going to be the one to swing back to victory in this fight? Omega is constantly going for the shotgun spam, but no connections found from either side. Manez Wall is just waiting for that right glimmer of hope. He's waiting for that right peek from the opponent. And Manya, too, is just holding on the opposite side.
Wow.
And eventually, Omega overextends, and he falls down to his own death as Manya delivers that final blow.
But he's still not out of the woods yet. Look at this, Carnival Gaming right around them. But Ico Soul's Manya, just when they wanted the IGL to step up, a little bit of that Manya magic on display. As moving on, we've got Wild Fangs find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the players of Wingod. Asail OP gets taken down, and look at the one demolishing them. Would be no other than Trace God, as Godex trying his level best, bobbing and weaving, but does not matter as they get annihilated. But from elsewhere, even the players of Wild Fangs, they're in a heap of trouble. Sensei already down on his knees, safe, having lost out on his life, and Trace God barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Bot Army again against the players of Reckoning. This one is going to be scary, Necro.
Trace God is absolutely insane. Every single time stepping up huge for his team. Such a consistent performer. No matter if you put him in the challenge season, no matter if you put him in the land, he still performs. And now we transition towards a different fight. Reckoning Esports against Bot Army Esports. Devotee was knocked out a while ago, but now Bot Army Esports, they've got all the players on the board, and they start a strike against the players of Reckoning Esports. Two players fall short. Reckoning Esports not looking too strong in this fight anymore, and Bot Army Esports, they're constantly hunting down the players. But as soon as I say hunting down, there comes Hero Extreme Godlike with the advantage, with the upper edge in the fight. Their third party seems perfect, and Bot Army Esports, now they seem like they're in a world of trouble. After getting rid of the players of Reckoning Esports, Bot Army Esports, now they need to try and fight Hero Extreme Godlike, which seems extremely tough.
But now even Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to make a call. Do they make a run for the zone, or do they fight it out and clear the edges? They've got Red Ross to deal with as Carnival Gaming, taking the higher road, deciding that circle is of utmost importance. They're also beside the players of Red Ross, and look at Beast. He needs some support. He's got some help there. But now with Hero Extreme Godlike, looking to throw a spanner into their works, looking to mess things up. But Carnival Gaming, they've done majority of their bidding. 6 finishes collected already. They're looking good, still have all their numbers intact. Could also be the favorites on getting this chicken dinner. Same can be said for the likes of God's Reign and also for Gujarat Tigers.
Same can be said. And look at what's happening on the screen. VXT struggling too much. Another knockdown. Wild Fangs in a world of trouble. Trey Scott's taken down super low as well and cannot really save the day for his teammates as they keep on falling short. The second man was knocked down, return now. Equinox as well falls down, so that's a great trade to have on the board. But unfortunately for Wild Fangs, what just happened there? Trey Scott eliminated his own teammate with his nade. A little bit of a misplaced nade coming through. Wild Fangs, they're now down to just that final piece on the board. And Trey Scott, for how long can he survive? That's my question. And even in the elimination feed, you see the players of Hero Extreme Godlike take a fight against Bot Army Esports. Too many fights happening at the same time.
Look at this, God's Reign.
Eventually, they wipe him out.
Yeah, indeed they do. At this point, Raiden barely surviving by the whiskers. Barely having any time to breathe as God's Reign. They show no mercy. Versatile already down and out in Carnival Gaming. You've got Josh Shelley right in front of them, rampaging through their departments. Sam does not have a lot of HP to work with and gets dismantled by Goblin. As Carnival Gaming, they increase their tally up to 8. And now they're looking as if they are the hot favorites, Necro.
They are going to build a lead, and they need to be stopped right now. Carnival Gaming, they've got too many elimination points. And they've also got every single person on the board. All the pieces available. Who will be the one to put the spanner in the works against Carnival Gaming? It has to be Hero Extreme Godlike. Maybe even God's Reign can be the one to do so. Ooh. Or maybe it can be the players of Red Ross. Hero Extreme Godlike, 3 players on the board, looking healthy. Unfortunately, Admino fell short a while ago. But still, these 3 players, they possess immense power. And they can make anything happen. God's Reign, they've been playing passive so far, but maybe now it's time to strike. Now it's time to face your demons and go for the fight. It's Carnival Gaming that they're looking for to go up against. God's Reign, they know that slowly and steadily they're being approached. Utilities exchanged, and they were super close. Luckily enough for Ninja John, he does not get caught with that.
It is not. Still alive though. The position's completely out in the open. Carnival Gaming looking quite stoic, quite possessed at this point. 8 finishes already secured. Justin, he's got to play a key role. Surely has to flush Goblin out as Goblin cooks up this grenade, tosses it over. Does it make it mark? No is going to be the answer. Carnival Gaming all huddled up on that position, and this was bound to hit as Goblin, the danger man, gets taken down as Carnival Gaming limited with options. As God's Reign, they look forward to taking it apart as now Viper, he has to step up, but now that Molotov isn't going to make his life any easier.
Carnival Gaming, they've already got so many elimination points in this game. They've touched the average. But Carnival Gaming, if they get away with a chicken dinner, you already know what's about to happen. They will have a major lead in the overall standings, and they need to be stopped right now. And what a beautiful Molotov that is. Even Neo is burning slowly and steadily. The man taken away to his death, and God's Reign. They're ripping apart the players of CG one by one. This is a systematic dismantle, as Hector's going to be the last man standing, and he's constantly gone for the fights as well. Shots taken from Hector, but he's not going to be surviving for too long, as even the IGO hits the deck. And just like that, CG has been eliminated from this game too.
Look at this, Red Ross still alive, Hero Extreme Godlike. They've secured 6 finishes to their names, and God's Reign look like the hot favorites in this one. Zap, he's lining the players up. Red Ross, 2 players. Just taking together Artho, he's got a nice support fire to provide. Is he aware of the intervention of the players of God's Reign though? That's a big question as Hero Extreme Godlike trying to wrap things up. Jonathan, another nade does miss by as Red Ross still driving around as God's Reign taking absolute control over the territory.
Indeed. Hero Extreme Godlike, Zap and Puck right next to each other. Red Ross now a big problem. But look at the players of God's Reign. As you mentioned, they're taking a lot of control of the territory, and they need to be stopped as well. Someone needs to put a full stop to that momentum that the players of God's Green have. The passive and the defensive playstyle's been working out wonders for the boys. And they know exactly how to survive to the late game as well every single time. Hero Extreme Godlike is taking a fight against Red Ross. If you're trying to look at it on the log run, this is not a great fight because God's Green is now going to have the open opportunity to try and go up against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike when they're taking a constant fight. And this net from Justin, it's going to find the opener that he's looking for, and it does so as well. Pump falls down from Hero Extreme Godlike. It's not a good news, and I just said it as well.
Look at this, God's Reign just rampaging through one after the other, picking on the bodies. 10 finishes Necro. 9 unstoppable, and at this point, God's Reign, they're just marching ahead. Punk also being taken down. Justin gets the deed done. It's down to Jonathan once again, and he fails.
Oh no, God's Raid! They wipe out the entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike on the 3rd spot, and eventually even Red Ross hits the deck. And what a performance this is from the God's Raid! Oh boy, Destro and the boys once again perform phenomenally. Well, the trophy magnet seems like it has reactivated again, and everyone is repelling away from the trophy as these boys pull themselves even closer.
Indeed, indeed. What a game of Miramar that was, Necro. And we were all having those shaky goosebumps. But God's Reign really did bring in the heat, didn't they? In that final circle, and Scared, I've got to tell this to you honestly. That fight against Carnival Gaming was an absolute game changer. The moment they were dealt with, I think that is where God's Reign had this feeling in their bones. This game is theirs to lose.
It always came down to the patience in those last moments, and they had the perfect trigger discipline. They knew Red Ross and Godlike were fighting for the survival on that fray, and they spread out in such a large amount of area. They had all the real estate, and yes, Fixes, I agree. It was the fight with Carnival Gaming that laid the foundation of this chicken dinner, and they performed it to perfection.
But the good thing is that even Red Ross and Hero Extreme Godlike had a consistent game. Hero Extreme Godlike consistency is something that really is going to give them a big sign of life. But you know what? Let's move on to the stage for now.
अब उस टीम के साथ हूं जिसने अभी चिकन डिनर निकाला है. इट्स गॉड्स रेन एंड जस्टिन. आई हैव टू आस्क यू ब्रदर, ये जो लास्ट में फाइट हुआ, यू वर ऑसम.
हाँ मैं तो था ही, पर मेरे साथ डेस्ट्रो भी था उस फाइट में.
और डेस्ट्रो यार, मेरे को वहाँ पे रावण बता रहा था यूजुअली आईजीएल जो होते हैं वो पूरी टीम को इतना नहीं मारते. तुम तो अलग फॉर्म में चल रहे थे भाई.
आई थिंक अच्छा टाइम चल रहा है बस. और तो कोई रीज़न नहीं है.
ओके, आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन. कल ना जॉनथन ने बोला था कि यार गॉड्स रेन को मैंने पूछा था किसको मारना टफ है, उन्होंने कहा बहुत ही इजी था. आज आपने गॉड लाइक को बाहर भेजा है. ये रिप्लाई था या फिर कुछ और रिप्लाई भी देना चाहोगे?
नहीं, आई थिंक गेम के बारे हम सारे भाई जैसे ही है. एंड इवन उनसे जब हम लोग कल वाइब भी हुए थे तो बुरा नहीं लगा था, बिकॉज सब अपने ही है.
चलो ठीक है. इसी के साथ गॉड्स रेन ने डे 2 पे अपना पहला चिकन डिनर निकाल लिया. कल एक चिकन डिनर निकाला था. इसी के साथ चलिए वापस चलते हैं कास्टर्स के पास.
Captain Cool is what a lot of people call him, and also Trophy Magnet is what he goes by. And surely, I think this brings him one step closer to that, Necro, don't you think?
Of course it does. I mean, pretty good.
And this time, Hero Extreme got like that was quite some resurgency that we witnessed from their side, didn't we, Scared? Given the fact that they were under tremendous pressure, still not a chicken dinner, but they did a little bit of that bidding. Now they've got something to latch onto and climb forward.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I think so if this has got a huge numbers of those eliminations, right? So I think so they can even try and maybe move up ahead. But Carnival Gaming, they themselves had a pretty solid game too. So I think so the lead is still going to remain. But God's Reign, I'm expecting them to move on to that second spot at least. And this is the only other team apart from Versatile who also secured the chicken dinner for themselves. And all of it goes to the man on
in his mind.
Exactly. 5 finishes, 36% finished contribution, and 9% of map impact just in Delta. Everyone on this team possesses a lot of firepower, but just the way they played, it's just super disciplined, and it also is super defensive. That's how Godsreen in general like to play it, right? Inject themselves pretty late inside of the circle, and then start going for the fight, especially in the final few moments. That's where they start to rack up a lot of elimination points, and that's what they exactly did over here as well. Especially when there were just 3 or 4 teams alive, that's when Godsreen really popped up from those shells and started to rack up every single person that was there around the vicinity.
Lately they have been changing things a lot, and I think changes are for the greater good for this side, because we did see that part of Godswain where they were playing around the edges. Lately it's all about the center, it's all about holding it up. Now Godswain had a very pivotal fight against Carnival Gaming. Surely Carnival Gaming did fall down, but boy oh boy scared. Carnival Gaming went down fighting.
They definitely did. Again, they've changed the gears in this one itself, right? The previous game did not go really well for them. They were struggling quite a bit as well, and if I'm not wrong, just a couple of LMs. But this time, they showed up like stars, just like the stars of this match right now. Monty being the man who's got that best companion, couple of rest. Necro, I still remember Delta was struggling with his own form itself, but now it feels like he's slowly finding himself in those shoes.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, the entire team of Godsreen is doing pretty good, right? If your team's doing good, of course you're going to find yourself as well. It's not like you're going to be the one to not perform and the rest of the boys are doing great. If the rest of the boys are doing great, you got to be doing great as well. Everyone needs to perform on the same level, and that's what exactly is happening with Godsreen. In general, if you try and look at the formation of Godsreen and look at their playstyle, it's super defensive and it's super disciplined. And that's why every single piece needs to be activated in order to get that chicken dinner. We've got the match rankings on the screen. Hero Extreme Godlike getting 12 points, Carnival Gaming getting 12 points as well. And this is what I'm saying. CG, they're slowly and steadily building that lead, but maybe Godsreen is now super close.
And even for Versatile, for a moment I really felt like they could build upon that momentum from the first game, but that wasn't the case over here. But we saw something different. We saw some glimmers of that Mania magic, didn't we, Scared? Especially that clutch against K9. Somehow did manage to get a couple of points. Still questions enough are there. Is it going to be enough? Aiku Soul, I don't think these many points would make things easy for them.
I'll have to say, it's basically like they're kind of delaying the inevitable, right? Manya steps up big time, yes, true. It kind of gives you the deja vu of what happened all the way back in week number 2. But I'll be very honest right now, with the lead, how all the top teams are building consistently, Aiku Soul, I think so it's time to say bye-bye to that podium. Yeah, I'll have to speak these harsh words. And I know there's someone who kind of disagrees with me, ain't that
It's a
right?
little bit too early, in my opinion. It's a little bit too early still. They still need to go through maybe 2 or 3 more games, and then maybe we can't say, yeah, Aiku Soul now does not have a shot at winning, because if they still do get a big chicken dinner, they can instantly be back in the top 5. That's what the overall standings say. And once again, and even he gets picked off by GT. Man, what's going on there?
I mean, I felt for a moment that Medley Esports completely zoned out. And even the first game of Wrangle really did not go their way, so they're still finding some groove, and they need to get that tempo back. I think one chicken dinner should make things easier, but you've made some really wild statements out there, Necro, given the fact that Aiku Soul, throughout the entire day, they needed minimum of 60 to 70 points to somehow keep their dreams alive. Now, the first game, they got around 2 or 3. This game around 9. 2 games already done and dusted. Around 12 to 13 points at the very max from the remainder of the 4 games. Do you believe they still have what it takes in them to get an average of 20 points every single game?
Of course I do. I think so they have what it takes. I think so Aiku Soul can still stand a big chance to pull off a major comeback. We've seen those heroics in the past as well, and I definitely do think so. Those heroics are still available, but for some reason they're not really able to perform on that same note the way they did in the challenge season or the way they did in BGMS 2. Now, moving on the conversation towards a few more names, right? Bonarm Esports 2. I do understand we haven't really spoken a lot about this name, but it's quite the newer face on the block, and still they are struggling a bit too much. They made quite a lot of bold statements in the interview, but they're not able to back those up now.
Yeah, could not really walk the talk, could they? But taking a look at the overall rankings, look at this. The second spot has been stolen. It's taken over by Godswain, but this is where the concerns really arise. We're talking about Wingod having a tough time. We're talking about Bgmi Esports finally managing to get past that 20 marker. Decent game by all means. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they did take a leap. And even for Orangutan Scared, they instantly got dismantled.
Apart from the first 3 games of day number 1, they haven't really performed that much, right? Yes, in the previous Erangel, we did see some glimmers back again. But after that, it's been very difficult.
Indeed, and it has been difficult, but to make things easier, we've got Snapdragon Elite Gaming housing those beautiful Snapdragon chipsets when winning matters the most. But now coming back to the discussion that we were having, we talked about all the big guns, all the heavy hitters. But Necro, Red Ross, 2 games, they have been absolutely phenomenal. Consistent on the block, top 2 performances all the way around. I think this team is staging quite the comeback, but they're sneaking their way through.
Definitely. There's a big chance we might just see a complete newer face lifting that trophy as well. And I'm super excited for that, right? Imagine when everyone is banking up on Hero Extreme Godlike, everyone's banking up on CG Versatile, a new face comes in and just directly lifts that trophy. It would be such a big heartbreak for the fans, but at the same time, what a storyline it would be.
I guess so, yes. To be honest, since the first day, I have been the kind of person who's like, yeah, I want to see a new team to lift up that trophy. But you know what? Maybe we'll see that, but after this very short break.
in Elite Gaming and DHL.
Folks, with 8 games, few games already over and only few games remaining, God's Reign have finally staged a comeback for themselves, getting a chicken dinner. Now we have Necro and Fixes joining me on the panel. Fixes, do you think K9 can retain their spot? Even Carnival Gaming, they're also under tremendous pressure now.
You know, K9 have been doing one thing. It's their way or the highway. They either go for the hunt or they get hunted down. Same has been the case in the first game. We saw that happen even against Aiku Soul. First time they got away with Godlike, but the next game, Aiku Soul seems like they were found a little missing behind.
And Neeraj, I have to ask you, Godson, they're doing phenomenally well on the map of Miramar. What's happening wrong in Wrangles?
Well, I guess considering Miramar is one of those maps that is pretty much easy to rotate but hard to sustain. That's been the slogan from my side to this map every single time. It's because you're going to find so many terrains that you can rotate, that you can use as cover from. And that's why maybe Godspeed is able to pave those easy pathway to rotate in the centric part of the circle and able to find themselves in a great spot. And as soon as you give Destro the middle of the circle, you already know what happens. There's a big chance it is going to be GDR taking the victory.
But even in Erangel, even if Godstone is getting the circle in Erangel, they're still struggling. But we also have got the dance cam where everyone who comes on the camera has to dance.
Show the moves. Yeah, we know you support Godlike. Dance. A little bit of a bummer there. But I feel like there's been some announcement that we need to make. Gujarat Tigers, Necro, they have been awarded some compensation points. They've been given 6 points after that first game of Erangel where they had some connectivity issues. So that would be reflected in terms of the overall rankings. Just an update nonetheless. But coming back to the storyline in front of us, I believe this is one of those games where, you know, if Aiku Soul does not make that comeback, I'm done. We're not going to be bringing Aiku Soul anymore because I feel like it would be over after that.
Well, I guess I cannot even disagree with you on that, and I would have to say fair enough, right? Because at the end of the day, it's understandable. Yeah, you can still have those hopes that maybe Aiku Soul can come back, pull off a back-to-back chicken dinner. But what are the odds of that happening? It's not challenge season, it's challenge finals, and everyone is trying super hard to try and be there in the top 5 at least. And Aiku Soul, this upcoming game has to be it. It's ace or nothing.
But let's be honest, Fixers, even if Aiku Soul do pull off a chicken dinner in the next month, they can't be in the top 5. Finishing on the podium, lifting the trophy seems like a very far-fetched hope for the players of Aiku Soul at this point.
See, honestly speaking, 4 games still remain. If there's something to latch onto, 2 chicken dinners, and in the other 2 games, they have to go big. Now, this is where my concerns keep on piling up, because when we have Sanok, it's a drop fight against K9, right?
Well, certainly it's a drop fight against K9, but looking at the schedule, we have got next Erangel coming up on our screens. And speaking of Erangel, Godstrain has been really struggling on this particular map. But I want to talk about the players of Carnival Gaming, Neeraj, because let's be honest, Carnival Gaming has been on a hunt. They are targeting few teams. Do you think they can retain the top spot if they continue doing so?
I mean, they currently are at the top spot. What do you mean retaining the top spot? They currently are at the top spot. They are a little bit of points away as well from the team on the second spot. So they do have that cushion to play with. Even if the upcoming game is not that great for CG, they can constantly maintain that lead. But still, to get the average, to maintain that lead is something that CG should be or sort of goaling for. That should be their main goal in the end. And if CG is not able to achieve that average today, then that's going to be a big problem on day 3 because CG can be thrown out of the podium.
You know, what I feel like Carnival Gaming is the most prepared team inside of the lobby. This is what we did bring upon even during the game of Miramar. Yeah. They are outplaying so many teams, catching them off guard, getting a couple of finishes here and there. And that is enough to make the cut, don't you think? Every single game, if they even come out with those averages of 8 to 9 points, that is enough to maintain and hold on to the lead that they're having. And now I have to talk about Revenant X Spark. Now, we've been talking about Aiku Soul. Yes, they've been taking so much of that spotlight. Which brings me down to the point, Revenant X-Pac haven't been playing even close to how good they were a couple of months earlier.
Of course, man. I mean, Revenate's Park, for some reason, we're seeing a lot of struggles from them. But hopefully, maybe in this game of Varangle, all those struggles will be ending as the planes once again going to hit the skies on the map of Varangle. And soon the plane flat path will be revealed on the screen. Do let us know your predictions in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Let us know which team you guys are rooting for in this upcoming game. But the plane flat path starting all the way from Lipovka towards Primorsk. Once again, tilted a little bit on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgia Pool, Severny, that's going to be a tough stretch. That means K9 Esports, they might just go for a bit of a clash.
That's going to be exciting. If that happens, love to see K9 and their DNA speak for themselves. Always assassins on the hunt. Sometimes they're brawlers. At this point, given how the flight path trajectory has formed, it's going to be a lot of these teams having such a tough time, honestly, Necro. Especially Gujarat Tigers. There are a lot more that tend to drop down on those northwestern periphery of the circle. Now, what really brings my interest is this is something that's been quite a little bit of a bummer for you, Necro. We haven't had the opportunity to get a certain circle. We did in the first game, but that was rehosted.
Man, you really got to put the salt on top of the wounds, huh? But I'm a big fan of Military Base Circle, and maybe right now is going to be the chance where we get to see a Military Base Circle. Soon, the curtains will be revealed on the circle as well, and we'll be able to look at the zone, where it's going to be forming, and how the teams will try to strategize around it. Wingard Esports is one of those teams that's been struggling, and you mentioned this, right? This is going to be the last game for all the teams on the latter half of the board. If they're not able to perform, there's a big chance we might just not see them being the victorious one and being crowned as the champion. And Wingard Esports, they're one of them. God's right now looking pretty comfy on the spot of Military Base. And Bot Army Esports mentioned one thing clearly, and that was that they're not going to give their drop spot away to anyone else, but instead Bot Army Esports, they've switched things up a bit towards Rosok this time around. I would love to see how Bot Army Esports is going to be repositioning themselves, and I would love to see what sort of path they're going to take inside of the circle now.
Bot Army Esports have been doing this quite a lot. A couple of gunshots, and look at this, Admino on the hunt. Hero Extreme godlike against Gujarat Tigers. And first blood spilled.
Jonathan's
and,
not happy after taking down Clutch God. He clearly saw the sad face of Jonathan after that.
There you go, there you go. A little smirk on his face, and his former teammate Lala being brought down, but to what a misery of Gujarat Tigers. This was inevitable. This is something we did talk about. Gujarat Tigers, however, were unaware. Now, we've seen two different versions of Hero Extreme Godlike, if you remember.
We're back once again after a bit of those technical glitches, but hopefully now the audio is sorted. But once again, Fixes, a while ago, we saw Revenant Spark setting up a trap for K9 Esports, just the way CG did against the players of Versatile. And unfortunately for K9 Esports, they fell prey to that trap.
Yeah, for K9 Esports, I think they need to understand that they need to put a little bit of a leash on themselves, especially if they have the ambitions to lift the trophy. I understand we all love that aggression, but that has to be a little controlled. And it's not really paying off well for K9. Haven't been having a solid day so far. Barring that first game of Wrangle, they need a couple of chicken dinners. Because, yes, they're getting a lot of finishes here and there. Still a little far from that top 3. As Red Ross, they've squeezed themselves through to the top 4. As of Versatile, I think the curse still prevails, Necro. Don't you think? A team getting chicken dinner in a particular game, the next one, they absolutely just somehow fluster it up. Somewhere that has to end.
The funny part is, VXT's strong suit is supposed to be the map of Miramar, and now the real thing is that they're not able to perform on the map of Miramar. I mean, Shadow was the one to bring up this stat, and I was not really a firm believer of that fact because Sombrage has always said that he loves the map of Miramar and he wants to master it. The fact that he's not able to perform with his team on that map now is a big sign of concern because Versatile is one of those teams that used to be immaculate, untouchable on Miramar, but now it's completely opposite. Hopefully, though, they regain that form. Hopefully, though, they regain the average points even on the map of Miramar in the upcoming matches. But for now, VXT, once again, a slow start towards Pochinki, nothing.
And Red Ross surely have been the dark horses. Surely has been their day so far. Kind of synonymous with how Orangutan showed up yesterday. The first 3 games, they were quite meticulous with their approach. Now kind of following them on their footprint, but Hero Extreme Godlike. Beautiful display nonetheless in the game of Miramar. And this time, Admino also stepped up. So slowly and surely, they're fixing those chinks in their armor. But still yet to pop off. Still yet to get that chicken dinner. But a walk on the right path. And maybe this is where the woes end if they get a chicken dinner in this one.
Indeed. Looking at the players right now and looking at what's on the screen. Hero Extreme Godlike after ripping off Clutch God. One thing is for sure, that's a decent way to kick things off for yourself. Getting 1 elimination points instantly. A bit of that starter. That's going to help the players of Hero Extreme Godlike move on forward even more. Even OG's on the way. They've dropped all the way towards Mill to Power. Got their hands on the hovercraft as well. Now finally on their merry way towards the zone. Would want to try and make it at least to the centric part as soon as possible. Not a lot of fights occurred so far, just a few scrappy points here and there given away. Revenant Spark was able to feast on one of the players of K9 Esports, and Hero Extreme Godlike catching Clutch God off guard instantly as soon as the game started, which was quite unfortunate. But after that, we haven't seen a single bit of action.
It's been a slow affair. It's just not this game. Even the game of Wrangle before this was quite similar. As Circle is a little bit different. And Middle Esports, once again, Necro, they find themselves quite at the central spot. Gujarat Tigers off to a really rough start. Losing out on Clutch God did not make things any easier. But this is where they have to start manifesting. It's now or never. Given the fact that nothing so far has been lost, they can still make it to the podium. All they need is one good game. You still have your favorite map of Vikendi coming up next. We did see Gujarat Tigers get a chicken dinner yesterday in the game of Sandhawk. But Reckoning, so far it's been a silent affair from their side. And this is where I now believe that they might be missing out on Hunters.
They of course are. For Reckoning Esports, with the way they played in the challenge season, man, untouchable. They were on their prime, top-notch form. And now in the LAN finals, for some reason, it's not the same Reckoning Esports anymore. It feels like all the 4 players are being switched apart. But that's not the case. Instead, they're still the same playing 4. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players at Reckoning Esports. Maybe it's just the LAN jitters, pressure that's hitting them. But for how long, my friends? For how long? It's day 2, game 3 already. And you're still facing those problems. It's not acceptable.
Look at this. Again, the same old storyline. Carnival Gaming and Medley Esports both going for the central positions once again. It feels like that's been their recipe to success. And so far, all the matches that we have witnessed, we haven't seen any team playing from the edges and getting a chicken dinner. It's always been about having that central position to yourself, defend with all your might,
yeah,
and then go on to win this thing.
Which makes a lot of sense too, right? It's because teams are now much more aggressive. If you're on the edges, you're going to duke it out against the other team that's right next to you. Then a third party comes into play. That wipes you out. Then another third party comes into play. So you will see a lot of that mischief happening on the edges. While the teams in the Smack Center, all they can do is just try and steal a few elimination points away and just stay put. And that's what they've been doing so far. Godspeed is a prime example of that. The previous game, too, they were passive from start till the end. And then in the final few moments when they knew that now it's the time to strike, that's when they started to strike and got the chicken dinner.
And you know what? This has been, a conversation that even I was having with the coach of Wild Fangs Explicit. Mind you, used to play for FS. And he also brought it up. A lot of these teams that have had a successful day one, it was courtesy to them securing the central positions inside the circle. But now coming back to this, you've got OG on the prowl, Reckoning right in front of them. And look at this, Atanki inching ever so close. But Reckoning, they do not want to be a part of this. Looking a little shaky, looking quite nervy at this point, as OG intent on launching a frontal assault. AKOP just hovering around with that hovercraft he has, and Reckoning just decide to tuck their tails and run.
Yeah.
When was the last we saw Reckoning shying away from a fight?
That's a sign of low confidence. But still, Reckoning Esports, they're trying to stand their own ground. Instead, they find the first strike on Aru. But Viper overcommits and does not really check the sidelines, and that's where another man falls down of Reckoning Esports. Even Steven trades on the board, and Reckoning Esports would want to go for the confirmation as well, as Wiscotch taken down low, and Kyoya finds that swing. But eventually, even Kyoya gets traded out. Trades happening back and forth. Even Gravity wanted to be a part of that fight, and eventually, AKOP gets knocked out by Dionysus. Things are way too back and forth in this fight. The trades are happening, but still Reckoning Esports is making sure that OG will be hurt, and they will be suffering a lot in this fight. And so far, Reckoning Esports, considering their firepower has been top-notch since the start, that's what they're relying on. AKOP confirmed the entirety of OG. They will be eliminated from this game. And what a way to kick things off for Reckoning Esports. Yes, they lost out of one man, but they got 4 points instead.
Reckoning aren't out of harm's way. You've got the players of Wild Fangs in the nearby vicinity, and seems like they might want to have a go at it as Tway Scott lining the players of Reckoning up, just getting the things done as another knock comes in through, and this time